Hello again. What'll it be?
With nothing else to do, your gaze naturally wanders to the multicolored bottles behind the bar.
Let me know if you want another.
She gives the photograph a brief, considered glance.
No.
Almost like she's offended, or can't stand to look any longer.
That's you.
She studies the photograph for another moment.
I don't think I've ever seen most of these people.
Most, not all.
That one was a carabinero, right? Him I used to see around. He was a loyal patron.
Nice way to describe a brother of the drink.
That's tough. He died, I think.
Gut punch. Operant Cascade's penultimate expense tally included a handwritten note. Asset virtue. Debt to the opera. Value 1 schnapps. Redeemable at any time. He owed us a drink. We owed him a way out. Pour one for fallen gang.
It's been a while. Almost 5 years. He was nice.
He was a drunk. A cheerful one. Probably how he got himself killed. It definitely had something to do with you.
I can see that. How'd you say you knew him again?
Taken in Vespar's face, then yours. Younger, not yet burdened by 5 years of guilt.
There was this guy he used to meet with, Rustamian. Heavy set. Pretty sure he was an informant.
Keeps her voice low, even, and her eyes downcast. Matches a certain hustler near the roundabout who calls you baby girl.
Yeah, goat eyes. That's him.
Happy-go-lucky drug peddler. Among the first steps on the ladder of serious crimes. Beneath all the charm could lurk a stone-cold killer. Approach with caution.
I'm saying he might know more, if that's what you want. Don't forget your photo. Drink up, we close soon.
Operant.
If you were meant to know, you would know.
Till next time.
News from the crash site. Recovery crews have pulled a scorched orange box from the wreckage. On the casing, block letters in Mercian, Illuminado, and Standard Cohilan. Memories. Extreme caution required. Initial reports say the contents are virtually pristine, untouched by extreme temperature or blunt trauma. Definitely not. A glance at the manifesto reveals 6 hearts, perfectly preserved, 1 birthday note, handwritten, 1 pair of headphones, sweat-stained. 2 packs of black cigarettes, for a mark, 2 portaferin fighting beetles. one faded receipt for 2 schnapps at the fog mirror. The metal release handle is too cold to touch. Already, you feel a little bit less alone. Whether you're prepared for company is another matter.
Opera.
A hiss, followed by the frantic clack, clack, clack of a microfiche reader. High contrast negatives hit the back of your retinas. 58. Collapse of Ile-de-Seurs's Grand Bridge. 60. Laplage's royal family liquidated. 63. Suppressed uprising in PR Yoffi. 67. The Agora minor blackout. No direct attribution possible. Cross-references simply point to one figure, skipping in the margins of history. Cryptonym redacted. Date of birth redacted. Nation of origin disputed. Joined the opera late 40s. Declared null entity in 69. The microfiche reader clacks a final time, settling on a monochrome picture. Beneath it, a nom de guerre. His fleshy cheeks pull his mouth into just the slightest approximation of a smile. A name whispered among tutors and veterans, invoked like a demon from a lost mythology.
Warms the heart to know people still talk about you when you're not around.
The posture remains, yet the gravity in the air thickens.
Only in the strictly literal sense. Let's just say I know exactly what my heart was worth.
The box hisses. He puts a cigarette out in an empty schnapps glass.
Come around, have you? Bon. Let's talk. My offer is this. I share with you a little from my well of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think? In my time, operants like to submerge themselves in the local culture. Get in there, slather yourself in its essence. Covered with a genius loci, all that good stuff. I don't know about that, but it probably won't make you a worse one. Bon, bring it here once you've got it. Till next time.
Cobblestones awash in early morning lights. Vespar hovers by the fogged mirror's doors, his cap tilted against the drizzle.
Surprise backup. Good. Crime scene's here. Failure to serve before 9. 6 more minutes. Then I say we go in and ask questions. Been at it since yesterday. Tying off one last thing. Ugly pelota game last night. Couple stabbings.
Work justifies presence. Any liquor is incidental.
One of the regulars will talk. Why are you out and about?
6 hours in the back of a tuk-tuk, watching a bordello's comings and goings, cupping smokes to hide the glow. The boy working the door forced smiles through smeared lipstick. 12, he figured. Maybe younger.
That seals it. I'm taking you in. For your own good.
The doors open. You and Vespar walk in with shared purpose. You were panting from the run over, heart thudding in your ears. Hours late. There was an astral door beside that trash can, and an exchange due with your opposite number for documents within. It's empty. You were only supposed to handle the pickup and drop-off. Some blueprints in exchange for a dossier. That's way too fucking boring to remember. We've already forgotten it again. You turn to see Estock sitting at a nearby bench, shaking her head at you slightly over a newspaper.
Shh.
She looks away and changes her posture, letting her coat fall in such a way that you see the sign in her pocket. A brochure for beach bungalows. When you called Melita that night, you gave her the name of the brochure as confirmation of the handoff, and never mentioned a thing about SD.
Love to. Take a break. I have a...
So that's it. He's gone. Asset virtue. Confirmed. Zeroed out. You recall Vespar speaking of his time in the Guardia Municipal, a decade of low-stake days. Making Goat Eyes look like a snitch, with none of the perks.
Only two possibilities. His own brothers failing the Brotherhood, or the Azuris. Figure it was the Azuris.
His employer. What's he heard?
News of a dead carabinero usually comes with jokes and shit talk. Maybe drinks. And sure as the Cape boys were quiet, so were the Azuris. He'd been on the shit list for a while, I'm sure. Maybe he pissed off one of the pecans. Doesn't matter. The uniform's reason enough. And Vespar didn't look too good the last time we met. Like he knew something ugly was coming.
The young man stares at you for a long time.
As much as Vespar's outfit bothered me, you stand by everything your employer does, Habibti? Some people think work is an allegiance. It's not. They pay me for my time. I keep the rest separate.
The only reason he stood here is to make money out of people like you. But what makes you so special?
I don't want to deny you, baby girl. On this occasion, I have nothing else to offer you.
What's something to do with you, then? Maybe it's something to do with him that's throwing the barrier up.
I'll be seeing you.
He's going to melt his head.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind leg. Dangerous, mythical, electrifying. Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. The show's art style is identical to the wolf cup you came across.
Ecstatic Wolf is awake.
LED lights are distributed evenly along the blade. Durable PVC hilt with textured grip. Impressive armament.
It's from the best show ever. 66 Wolves. They make it in La Luz. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves come out to make war with the angels.
And the wolves have sick weapons and really cool attacks. This is Pathos Wolf's flaming claymore. No, it's one of the real ones.
He means it's not from the bazaar, but from La Luz. Our aunt bought it for him.
Aren't he going on trips to La Luz? Must be a high flyer. Rare in Portofino.
Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast is in Mercian, not Lusian, dubbed for a foreign audience.
The music man. He hates the show, and so he won't order the audio discs.
Following the kid's line of sight, you land on Petre, who stands at the front of his stall obsessively cleaning a disc.
Yeah, they have songs on them, like the main theme at the start of the show.
He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe. But it won't change his mind because he's a loser.
It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there.
Some Portoferans refer to Lusians as strange cousins, a nod to this island's colonial past.
No, we were born here.
Certainly not part of La Luz. It's a wealthy state in the developed world, known for its bogs.
I asked Mom if our cousins could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far.
But we barely told you anything. We can tell you everything about 66 wolves. So you can just ask, okay?
Whoa, I've never seen one up close.
Historically, you're closer to the opposite.
Rarest. They're big, and each one looks like one of the 66 wolves. But you can't buy them anymore. Because no one has any. The boat people brought some cups once, but then the adults went crazy and bought them all.
I asked the boat lady when she would get more, and she said they're really hard to get, even in La Luz.
The toy stall had bootleg ones. But no one liked those. The wolves looked all melted.
Whoa, he looks even smarter than in the show. Remember when he cast Lexicon Apocalypse and wiped out like 50 angels from history?
Uh-huh, after he found their real names in the bottomless library. Critical Wolf can be scary, but he's the smartest one. Special. What do you mean? You can drink from them. That's a straw.
And they look like wolves. 66. You know, like the wolves.
We've only seen the ones from the Redemption Arc. That's one of them.
The Redemption Arc has 6 cups. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf. Alright. So, what? My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it.
For fighting angels and other monsters? They're big. I can't fight angels with money.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Eventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The Phantasmal Stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
The children ignore you, entranced by the television.
I've moved Pseudopod into the spare room. He'll be safe in there until he recovers.
She gestures towards a small room with a small bed inside it. Situated on the bed, your would-be double could almost pass for a convalescent, were it not for his empty, fish-like eyes.
None, sorry to say. He's been like that since I moved him. What about you? Are we any closer to finding out what happened to him? I suppose that's principled of him. Lot of good it does Pseudopod just now. Were you able to piece together what he was investigating before you arrived?
Her demeanor is sincere. You could open up if you wanted.
good. I'm sure he left ample clues. He seemed quite diligent. You'll just have to come at it fresh tomorrow. Well, I suppose that's all. I'll get back to the desk.
She doesn't move.
I was just wondering how it feels, you know, being in theatre again. I'm not sure how this assignment compares to what you were up to at Satellite Facility B. The freezer, yes. It must be a relief to be out. You picked an interesting time to come back to Portofino. It's not the same city it was 5 years ago. For one, we've become a front line in MTER's culture blockade. The powers that be seem to have become more protective of their investment here. I should probably be asking you that question. From where I sit, it seems they're incredibly paranoid about anything that could increase our strange cousin's sway in this part of the world. Pseudopods seem to think they may even have operants working in the city right now.
You swim with sharks and jellyfish.
Then, of course, there are the anxieties about Réunion. No one can say whether in 5 years' time we'll still be part of the developed world, or whether we'll have been annexed by techno-fascists. It sounds egotistical, doesn't it? But I suppose I do. Time will tell whether it's the right thing or not. Is this some kind of assessment? Nothing too much to tell. Certainly nothing that would interest an international actor like yourself. I've been running this shop for the last 3 decades. Business isn't exactly good, but it's enough. I just get on with things. No, it's just us.
You, and the breathing mannequin.
Divorced.
Unwelcome terrain. Tread lightly.
No, nothing like that. Can you imagine? At my age. Wasn't in the cards. Most people prefer drop-off and pick-up for their film and prints. No one lingers here for very long. A fit of boredom, if you can believe it. Here I thought I'd broaden my horizons, so I signed up for a mailing list, one dedicated to foreign literature. Then one day, this very polite man with a very pleasing accent was on my doorstep. I thought he was going to try to convert me to crystal worship. Instead, he asked if I'd be interested in letting my upstairs room. Yes, it was. I don't presume to know the inner workings of the opera, but I have to think I could be better utilized. Of course, I'm happy with the tasks I've been assigned thus far. Keeping a safe house is a major responsibility, but I have other skills, you know. Chemistry, for one. I have an entire photo lab back here with access to all kinds of toxic chemicals and powders. And yet I doubt anyone would suspect a woman like me of, say, poisoning someone.
This is a woman who's planned countless perfect murders in her idle hours.
If the assignment required it. Of course. I just wanted you to know. Born and raised, as were my parents. and just as proud of it as they were. It was a different time back then, of course. Kisak feeds itself, my father used to say. There was a steel foundry just a couple of streets away, as was silk, leather workers, bakeries. People used to make things here. I'm no regressionist operant. I know Portoferans made their choices too. As I said, I love Kisak. It just doesn't feel like itself on some days. Tragic what the Lusians do to their old colonies, displacing all those poor souls, forcing them to abandon their homes, and that's the lucky ones. Not to mention the reunions affecting us too. You've got refugees washing up here day and night, speaking in gibberish, making a mess. They don't even try to integrate. Don't give me that look. You know what I meant. The Lusians have to be stopped. That's my final word on the matter. No. Actually, to be honest, I find some of the things he says rather upsetting. I don't know. I guess I just like having something on in the background. Of course. Something else on your mind, Operin? That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last. Of course. I'll be here if you
The lenses, camera bodies, flashes, and other indiscernible parts littering the workbench give off an alien and slightly intimidating aura.
Nestled among the camera gear, a black cardboard box with a red band immediately catches your eye. Sidewinder, 9mm. Handgun rounds, more likely than not abandoned by a previous tenant, in circumstances similar to your own. All their constances, another manifestation of the murky impulse that got her mixed up with your people in the first place.
You are not a craftswoman. You have nothing to do here. For now.
You approach your double's bedside. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofero 88 to 91. Network, whole sick crew. Operants, Cascade. Assets. A secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself. Impossible to tell. The redactions are very heavy. Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. You leave the cigarettes where you found them. You turn away from the desk. The bed welcomes you. The murmurs of Portofino fade into nothing, as do you. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings. And rings. A stray cat hops soundlessly over a nearby wall. Your double turns to you.
Cascade.
The past is here again, this time in the guise of your former double, walking down the back ways with you one night half a decade ago.
I'm not saying it's likely, Cascade, only that the possibility can't be dismissed out of hand. Point 1, nocturnality. Point 2, X-ray sight. That's why I have a clear record of every one of the 422 times that cats have suddenly stopped and stared at me at exactly the moment I was in the middle of an important intelligence operation. For no one, Cascade. That is precisely the point. They have their own methods, their own strategic objectives, unaligned with any known power. And, I fear, devious and at odds with our own.
Your double continues walking, his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze restless, darting around the scene, taking in everything. Absolutely everything.
The 10mm bullet in your chest upsets the metal detector at the labor assignment office. Consider this the objective correlative that makes what comes next feel predetermined. You're pulled aside by a heavy-set officer with a disconcerting grin. He guides you first to a small booth, then a separate room in the far back. This room is overlit, oppressive. On the desk, an electric kettle and two small television monitors stacked atop one another. The overweight talent scout behind the desk pours a cup of cold tea and offers it to you. The peculiar tang of Suprema 100s. Your first time smelling them.
The people's choice, augmented with performance-enhancing additives unknown to capitalist science.
Do you like to travel? Are you good with foreign languages? Can you memorize an arbitrary series of figures and perform complicated maths in your head? Do people trust you implicitly? A Mercian background makes you a natural for in-theater work across the developed world. 2 years of training and conditioning. By 86, you're tapping the phones of mid-tier economists and chloroforming guard dogs with a brilliant young operant from the Remembrancer's office. Your controller orders you to assemble a new network in Portofino. Special-ish, yet ultimately expendable. The ideal operant.
The store has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books 10 sol. Magazines 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad. Relic of the district's more communitarian heritage. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections.
The old Spies poetry magazine should be somewhere in that mess.
You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more.
You scan the stall, but find no poetry section. Instead, there are several piles of unsorted periodicals, each one dozens of issues deep. Most of those journals look cheap, pulp adjacent really. They probably feel cheap too. Exactly. Think high quality spine, silky cover, something with a premium heft to it. You just need to dig in. You turn away from the piles of books.
The stall remains.
Houseman wanted a poetry magazine from this place, didn't he?
You run a finger up and down the spines of the magazines, feeling for something different, something that stands out, but it all blends into one papery mass.
Ouch. You catch your finger on an errant staple. The magazines bite back, resisting your futile effort to separate them by their value. You turn away from the piles of books.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever. Its payment bucket.
You turn away.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever. Its pay. You strum the publication.
You turn away.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever.
You turn away.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near. You strum the public. You turn away from the. The stall remains as haphazard as ever. You turn away.
Hey, you. You're new to this scene, aren't you?
A young man in a long, colourful puffer jacket with an oversized collar stands guard. His forehead glistens with sweat.
Really? I haven't seen you around. But maybe it's a good sign. Maybe this scene isn't as dead as it seems. My name is Kurt, by the way. Kisok, born and raised.
Is he not a bit too old to be speaking in this manner?
Likewise. See this jacket I'm wearing? A product of the local scene, custom made by one of the tailors here. Pretty cool, huh?
Highly skilled hands have made this.
Thanks. People in the know recognize each other, right? But you know what's not cool? Some of the official heat I've been feeling as of late.
The man stares at you with a long, stern look of hesitation.
I've bowled too hard. The streets of Portofino have not been ready for such a display of style. And to be honest, I haven't been ready either. This cool jacket? The party alley tailor made it for me, but I never paid for it. I owe him money, I have no money, and I cannot show my face around the art of the scene. I'm a local guy. Been around here all my life. He knows my dad as well. And we signed a contract. I know fuck all about contracts. But I got the jacket. I felt high. Exhilarated even. But I haven't been able to come up with the money. Haven't even had a single crossover. These days, the scene has deemed the notion of work out. So, no. We signed a contract, as I said, but I was too excited to remember anything about the total cost. Maybe it was a lot, maybe it wasn't a lot at all. But the jacket is baller. I suspect and fear it was a lot. Can you find out how much money I owe him?
Wow.
What if it's impossible to pay back? What if other people find out that I am bowling on borrowed time? It would spell disaster for the scene.
Double wow.
Thank you so much. Go to the Party Alley Plaza. It's east from here. There's a tailor named Bruce. Maybe you can ask him, like, quietly, diligently on my behalf about the, the price of the jacket. I'll be sure to make it worth your while. I'm checking out the scene, inhabiting the streets, thinking about the past and the future.
He's doing nothing.
Crop tops, monuments, and communism. Nothing's wrong with crop tops, it's all to do with belly buttons. In the current year of 96, the scene has deemed them out. This decade is all about portability. It's not feasible to take a monument with you. Maybe like a brick from the foundation or something, but not much more. Look around you. They tried it here, but it didn't work. All that remains from it are monuments and crop tops. Cool. Yep. Lucian everything. Full reflection clothes, high-speed synthesizer music, and tiny attack dogs. They intend to overwhelm your eyes with brightness, so you wouldn't see them coming. Cool, but also menacing. A wall of electronic sound punctuated by low-end rhythm designed to misdirect your sense of space and time. L-pop is just the introductory lullaby to make the people, ballers included, drop their guard.
A song of impending decomposition.
The scene thinks it to be some kind of a power move, just for laughs. It's not like you'd see or hear them coming, right? I've been around the scene long enough to have a feel for what's up next. They must have some substance, given their success on the global scene. A lot. Look at those people over there. Out-of-towners. Thoughtless threads. Well, maybe you lack the necessary context of the scene. She's got 39 sneakers.
Sleek.
He's got a sacrophobe cut. And that man over there is most definitely wearing a crossbill. Those are all illusion brands. They don't even sell the knockoffs for some of these in the bazaar. Hence, they're most likely from out of town. I think they are illusion brand ambassadors. I ate them up the other day, hoping to represent the scene of Portofino, but they weren't very talkative, told me to... I thought we could have a scene crossover, but it was not to be. You're welcome. For decades, Kisok was a very low-quality scene, as far as the global scene goes. It's starting to show promise now, but I have to keep watch to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way.
The thankless gatekeeper.
Oh, you don't know the scene worldwide? That's all right. Many don't. It takes many years of experience to see the scene like I do. I'm here to divulge. La Luz is currently leading the scene, the undisputed world champion of what's in. Cicatriz Frontera may be the political capital, but the city of La Cupola is the scene capital.
A desert city known to be the center of Luz's film and music industry.
I've heard rumors, though. that the political types are all imprints of just one scene savant. And that's why the capitals are different cities. How would you duel for recognition if you're one and the same? The scene rage is real. I've seen it drive ballers mad and straight into the relegation zone where they are deemed out. That's where they get debowlerized. Yeah, cool. See you on the scene.
A name is emblazoned across the side of the tuk-tuk, in a cool blue font partly obscured by diaphanous hand-painted soap bubbles. Lymphodores Spies. Around the back, an aluminium roll-up door shields the contents of the trailer. Evidently the expensive kind. Sterile, discreet, professional. This is who you call in when you're paranoid that regular help might molest the contents of your apartment. The leather-upholstered bench is barely big enough for two people to share. A half-eaten sandwich, wrapped in paper, leaks grease onto the passenger side. The window is rolled down, just a crack. You can see the contents nestled between two flattened plantains. Elderlord de Venus, extremely popular at pelota matches, and the main cause of Portofero's looming epidemic. No one abandons a sandwich like that for long. Someone has jammed a half-empty spray bottle of disinfectant and a damp rag into the shallow well on the dashboard. And there's a parking permit for 422 Calle Espinas taped to the inner windshield. The only other touch of the personal is a copper medallion hanging from the rearview mirror. The cheap metal was oxidized, a green patina on an embossed 8-pointed star. El Señor del Vega, angel of ancestors and bringer of the new year. The city used to be littered with shops that sold these medals. 1,000 chains on 100 hooks. Icons clattering against each other like wind chimes. One for every angel and star. The cleaners, wherever they are, have left little trace of themselves or their equipment inside of the vehicle. The roll-up door is bowed in, half crushed. The aluminium edges are misaligned, leaving an awkward gap that's desperately bridged by a worn padlock. This tuk-tuk has recently suffered a rear-end collision. That padlock is under sustained physical pressure. Its collapse is not far. The padlock squeaks, metal on metal but whole. The tuk-tuk remains. The cleaning tuk-tuk with it. The tuk-tuk remains. The cleaning tuk-tuk with its soap bubbles and secrets seems almost prestigious now. The old padlock, under stresses it could not possibly endure. The small space is tightly packed. In the corner is a selection of buckets, a rack of brooms and mops mounted on the wall above them. Bottles of cleaning solution are tucked into every free space, with names like Zyfrox, Extra Clean, Shine and Shimmer. Your eyes land on a shapeless garment in a disconcertingly meaty shade of pink. There's a zipper on the back and a large tinted window at the front. A viewport out, but not in. Anything that obscures your face is good. And this suit has the advantage of obscuring your humanity completely. The suit slides off the rack and into your hands. The tuk-tuk remains in its place. At your approach, 3 heads turn in your direction. Through Kurt's insight, you can see it now. Everything they're wearing is the genuine article. No bootlegs or knockoffs here. You'd blend in better, undeniably, and people would probably respect you a lot more. They weren't interested in Kurt's proposal. Why would they respond to you? Of course you don't need to. But do you want to? They're going to think you're a phony, a fraud, a poser. They will.
Street's blocked. Go another way.
You can ask the GMs. We're not doing anything that isn't permitted. Apartments.
The tallest of the 3 lets out a long, irritated huff through his nostrils. They don't have to answer to you. Thus, they won't.
Perhaps you're lost. That young man over there is a bit confused.
You can feel 6 eyes on your back as you leave. At your approach, 3 heads turn in your direction. Through Kurt's insight, you can see it now. You'd blend in better, undeniably, and people would probably You can feel... You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. The phone rings as you stand in wait. After a while, it becomes clear that no one is going to answer. You place the receiver. You step away.
Back for more.
He offers you a grin he doesn't seem to have a firm hold on.
Devious, but not unattractive. Yes, I think I'll take it. We've made a deal, strange woman. A deal sealed and done.
He throws the alcohol back down his throat, eyes open wide, staring at the sky.
Metamoto is back at the table. So, yes, the little reunion we had at Reno's, the one that's rendered me gravel-bound. Fred was also in attendance. The prize train was in circulation, being shown off to a trusted few. A moment's distraction, a stray placement. Fred saunters in from the kitchen, wreathed in smiles, fails to scan the landing zone. Sits right on it. The crack, splintered plastic, a gunshot through the soul. Freddy knew instantly what he'd done. I also knew, but for the boy's sake, pretended not to notice. That will be one of 1,000 pressures assailing the boy, but it will be a significant one. Bigger occasions have fallen through for less. You hate to see it in the professional game. You've been playing at the wrong tables. The bank's very above board. The Jeunes stayed seated on the wreckage for almost 2 hours until things got elusive enough for him to make his play. He seized a moment of distraction, then, limping slightly, off he snuck to stash the body. He did not. Fortuitous. Fred would have been banished from the tower immediately. But he will notice if he hasn't already. It carries your heart away. The sheer craftsmanship of the model. I, personally, have never before seen him disintegrate a model train, but it's not the first time he struck an own goal at a social gathering. Fred has killer instinct, robust bust at the table. But socially, the dial reads Dread 0. I didn't see where he put the main part. He scampered off to a dark corner of the pied-à-terre to conduct his beastly business. Well, the other part is in the reliable hands of Metamoto. I was trying to get the jeune out of a jam, of course. Plausible deniability. Major asset at the table.
He gazes at you, head dipping forward like a fading pulse. Suddenly sentimental, the emotional quick change of a ravaged alcoholic.
Because it makes me think of her. My friend, the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. The last gasp of my heart. Gigantress in waiting. My friend, the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. The only woman that will satiate Metamoto now.
Radiating with grubby intent.
Come closer then. She is a masterpiece.
Her full figure comes into view. Lolita is 2 meters tall and almost as wide. An ancient goddess whose frame stirs nothing less than the primal compulsion to drop to your knees in worship. The barriers between your mind, body, and soul crumble as your entire being transforms into a total expression of worship. You take her in, your eyes helpless as each curve and fold leads to another. And if the giantess sees you, peering up over her acres, she knows you are there. Beside you, in the shadow of the giantess, Oscar Metamoto sighs.
So you understand my predicament.
He looks up at you with a small shine in his eyes. I hope that you are aligned.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Sticky. He rubs the invisible slate clean of his Lolita tracing and softly blows the air.
At one tiresome function or another, I don't recall, I was too astounded by the primal synchronicity. Like the day meeting the night. Ineffable. Ephemeral. My friend is the ambassador. Lolita Calista and I will never be friends. We will be all, or we will be nothing. I love her searingly. In the vulgar sense or the spiritual sense? One would hope she felt the illicit magnetism also. Of course, there's no way to know. The heart of my tragedy. Here in Portofino? No. Here at my personal nadir, strewn upon the gravel? I would say affirmative. It made me think of her. Yes. I wanted to bring Lolita the train, offer it to her, and say, let's go away on this. You and I. For a night, for At least we could ride that train together just once. And then whatever way it went, we couldn't say we never tried. Now that I look at it, of course, it amounts to nothing. Just a broken wheel that can't move. Searingly none. The terms are set. It's not sweet. It's an affliction. Worse than the drinking. Far worse. I cannot concur. Goodbye. Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours. Give it to him straight. Save him from this gigantic delusion he's created.
She's as real as you. Realer. Her dimensions. Abuse the space around her. My friend, the ambassador, is also real, but less real to me than his wife. You are a heretic of love. No train for you. Goodbye. Be well.
Copper light spilled across Party Alley. With the tip of his cigarette, Vespar indicated another building. He'd lost track of how many.
Love Hotel. That one was cinematic.
He looks to you, half a smile on his face.
Double murder. Couple months ago. The man was a baby-faced Boyavik of the Azuri mob. The woman was married, not to him. Both shot in bed. He was all right.
For whose benefit, it was hard to say. Sometimes it just seemed he needed to get them out. That it would be them who killed him.
His gun was still holstered, tangled up in his pants.
Certain deaths can't help but take on a metaphorical quality.
Ah, well. Let's fucking go.
The bald man watches on as you approach, his frown deepening with each step.
Dressed up like a compromise.
His shirt is low enough to expose a tangle of chest hair. Deliberate, wild, oddly indecent.
Functionalism rarely finds justice in the arts. A wasted figure is a despicable figure. You're from Mercia, yes?
A casual, yet impressive assessment.
The tilt of your spine. You're disciplined to stand straight. Brows.
Inside, a small cathedral of pristine jackets, dresses and suits, impeccably arranged. Your vision darkens at its periphery. Unpadded jackets with their sleeves rolled up, just a bit. These are high-end power suits, for business or formal soirees. Thinner, none. There are no price tags. That's the polite way of saying astronomically. He offers a brief smile.
Ah, my young friend of the avant-garde, the savant of the scene. Has he sent you for another high-end piece of mine?
There seems to be no creditor in this man.
There must be a misunderstanding. The jacket's paid for.
How weird, right?
Let me clarify. The young man doesn't owe me any money. He owes the bank money. He must be confused.
Why would a Leviathan hunt down a single minnow?
One of their subsidiaries recently launched a new scheme called the Financial Citizen. It allows people to buy things, art and services, here, in the now, but pay for them later. We live in freedom. Their subsidiary is right here in Portofino. The customer signs an application, which I send to my creditors. I am paid shortly after. Life goes on, we all smile.
You can bet that MTER developed a fault-free process for this.
Of course not. I bear my young friend no ill will. However, I am saddened to say that the Financial Citizen may feel differently. Very little. I make use of their services, and that is where our dealings end. I'm sure an MTER person could explain the workings of it better than I. The jacket itself was 500 sol, underpriced for a masterpiece, but there's accruing interest, service fees, and other economic fashions on the side of the bank. I'm perplexed. Does the young savant not understand how he afforded the jacket? How is that possible? Unless he does not know how money works either. Please tell Kurt not to worry about me. We are settled. But do remind him of his arrangement with the bank. I'd like to keep making pieces for him. Of course you will.
Good to see you on the scene again. Yes? What? The bank? Really? How can it be? This is not what the scene is about. I owe money to MTER?
There exist brick walls with more awareness than him. with the flow. He cannot be as dumb as he looks.
Interest rate. Like, how many people are interested in it, or what? I think you're making this up. What do you mean?
Oh dear.
See you on the scene.
Hello, again? I hope that helps.
Doctors are all about giving out diagnoses. Time to meet him,
I can assure you, I am totally healthy.
Denial. A sure sign that something is wrong. You've got to...
I'm not going to entertain this nonsense. Are we done here?
Diagnosis. Detached from reality.
Until next time.
Heifer red and black special ed... You may find... The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you...
Yeah? Sweet.
The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, monsieur, but we owe you a drink. Oh, it is us that are going to reap the rewards, though. What brings you back here?
I never tire of it. Until next time.
Monsieur.
Until next.
Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
The ladder hugs the edge of the canal, rusty in at its rungs. Darkened patches show where the water level was risen, lowered, then risen again. The water's reddish tinge and oily distortions across the slick surface make it hard to see far. Wet cloth and iron dust. Foul. Chemical. Tiny silhouettes drift beneath the surface, darting in irregular arcs. The canal passes right under the building. It's an old waterlock, used to grant passage to boats and barges passing through. Looking at the device, you don't see a panel or switch. That would suggest a control room nearby, like the one over there, to the east. And it seems the GM is no longer blocking the door. The building above looms, expectant.
Well, did you see it?
The shirtless man has eyes on you, but he's speaking to the girl who just clambered out of the canal.
No, but...
Daddy can't catch any shrimp for dinner if he's thirsty. So come on, back down you go.
He dips his fingers in the canal water and flicks them at her. The water is an unnatural red-brown colour and smells faintly of sewage.
My expensive bottle of schnapps. She dropped it down there.
It was an accident.
I know, Caracalito, but it's still your fault, so you have to find it. Don't you agree?
Arms crossed, brow furrowed, not a hint of paternal care.
What are you, the Canal Carabinero? Whatever. Come on then, down you go. Not for 2 weeks. Normally her mother looks after her, but I've got some time off myself, so I'm doing it.
We're spending quality time together.
We were, until you dropped my bottle in the water.
There's a room on the other side of the water with lots of buttons. I followed a yellow lizard inside.
The GM who was guarding that room said it was where the waterlock controls were located. A ladder descends from a catwalk. Next to it, a large pipe comes out from the wall.
No?
She pressed all of them.
Do you want to try that one again?
I just pressed the little red one. It didn't do anything, I promise.
When you do, could you not lower the water, please? It would spoil our shrimping. I asked you nicely. Come on. Nothing out of the ordinary.
But Daddy, I told you. I saw a door in the water. Like on a ship. With the wheelie thing, there might be something scary behind it.
Me Corazon, come on. Let's focus on things that are real.
No, I don't think so. It was just the door.
Not my bottle, that's for sure.
Only some shrimp. They're really hard to see because they have invisible skin.
If you're down there and see a bottle of schnapps, bring it back up, would ya?
I can show you it. But I need to wait as my eyes sting a little.
You can smell the chemicals in that water from here. You'll have to find a way to drain it. It's a waterlock, which means you can drain it. That's your best bet.
There are weird sounds coming from that boat over there.
She juts her chin in the direction of an unmoored houseboat floating off the southern shore nearby. Noise is carried on the wind towards you. Sounds like someone kicking open a tomb and cannibalizing the dead.
Uh-huh. All right, kid, down periscope.
Ugh.
At least we're spending some time together, right?
I guess.
What about it? No, I want my schnapps. Beer is for relaxing after I get home from work, not during my time off. Uh-huh.
Ugh.
The intercom appears very snug under it. The indicator light flicks on. A high-pitched whine from the speaker. After a second, a voice emerges through the static.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Sorry, I can't just open the door. That's the point of this thing. I have to know why you're here. Désolé. If you don't know, you're probably not supposed to be here.
Very vague, almost secretive.
Nice try, but I won't be doing that. Security issue.
The dermis of static masks any change in her tone. This door opens for someone. That's why there's an intercom. You just need her to tell you who.
Yes, actually. We aren't exactly open to the public, so this is just a light security measure. Sorry, I'm still getting used to it.
The intercom looks expensive. The interference suggests a building-wide system. Nothing light about the security.
Bonne journée.
The intercom appears very snug under its plastic. The intercom...
Yes. Oh, merveilleux. Bonne journée.
The intercom appears very snug under its plastic film. The indicator light flicks on again. With a certain weariness, we discern.
Can I help you?
Let's see what we have to work with. Her tone, the foreign affectations, the unfamiliarity with technology despite it obviously being part of her job. Not to mention the lack of industry around the building, a general sense of not a lot going on. Yep, this is some kind of cultural front. Try that.
You're a poet.
Poetry. Good. Too officious for a reading group, so more likely.
The magazine is open for submissions, of course.
Poetry magazine. Direct hit.
It might be better if you come in. I'll open the door.
Abandon all logic. You're about to enter the poet's domain. Poetry's easy. Make it short, make it vague, speak in rhyme.
Bonjour, bienvenue. Welcome to the Noscarentes review.
Knitwear ensemble, sensible boots, a collection of beaded necklaces. She smiles shyly as you take her in.
I am. Don't mind me, I'm just the sub-editor.
A plucky literary aspirant, grinding away experience in the hallowed hall of art. Adorable.
That's what the lead editor keeps telling me too. Thanks for the encouragement. So, how can I help you? It's Deal? You're so contemporary. It's a poetry quarterly, small batch press, mid-tier distribution. Haya's really the person to talk to if you're looking for a mission statement, not me. I was assigned here as part of a sponsorship grant. No, I love it here. Just being exposed to poetry at all is so thrilling. And they let me edit it. The editor-in-chief. She's right over there. So I see. And hear. There are no more. It's just me and Haya over there. Just a coincidence, really. We're very sympathetic to men's problems, but we also think that women's literature should be heard, so it needs more attention from us editors. You should give it to Haya. Accepting submissions is way above my station, but I can't wait to read it. Proofreading, mostly. Occasionally coffee brewing, cabinet filing, and floor sweeping. Quite a bit of floor sweeping. I'm part of a placement program, getting young people situated with arts and cultural institutions. I'm very grateful. Right. I'm very happy being patient. I will. And reading and filing and brewing.
The woman contemplates the spread of pages before her. She glances back over her shoulder as you approach.
Ah, I wasn't expecting anyone today. Have you come to submit?
No, you are here to dominate.
My apologies. I assume the reason you are here is because you're an aspiring contributor? Ah, I see what's going on here. Yet another shy poet falters before me. Hi, I got Slick, Editor-in-Chief. How may I help you? Hey man, hiding.
The other side of the room, where the sub-editor sits, has suddenly gone still, silent. You're exposing yourself. Shut this down, right now. Just because the words formed in your head does not mean you had to speak them.
For the record, there isn't a single Y chromosome in the entire facility. It's a journal of contemporary poetry. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about it? The review is open to all genres. Lyrics, ballads, elegies, obads, pastorals, paeans, even the occasional eclogue. Please do. One becomes inundated with them in time. You'll find some in the box over there, by the door. Feel free to take one, gratis. We are still a modest operation, I have to admit. For the moment, it's only myself and my sub-editor.
We keep each other company, don't we, Haya?
We certainly do.
Her jaw is bound tight.
Those are all drafts of our next issue. Each page is laid out, already formatted. Now the job is to decide on their sequence. We're very fortunate to enjoy the support of a very small yet dedicated readership. Oh, highly. In fact, many of our contributors are readers who feel called to join the ranks of those published in this review.
The Venn diagrams are a perfect circle.
No. That is, we receive the occasional grant from the Civilization Trust.
A shudder from your filing cabinet of memories. You've heard that before somewhere. Snake people. You big fat liar. How dare you repress your memory of that documentary? It changed something in you.
You think the trams are run by snake people too? I don't know. This driver on line 4 always seemed kind of snaky.
A pleasant memory, perhaps, but one that has not been of any use to you. In slipping from your grasp, the name of the mysterious organization is doing exactly what it's meant to do. Offer a slick surface on which the mind can find no purchase.
I imagine you do. Of course. Adieu. May you be there when inspiration strikes.
The editor-in-chief's desk is somewhat orderly. A few notebooks and proofs, a terminal, and a collection of pens, laid out side by side. Among them, a luscious fountain pen glints in the artificial light. Resin cabochon and palladium finish, worth 700 sol. The desk remains undisturbed. Among the many sections of the cabinet, you find a small stack of papers. 1. Read the poem silently, then aloud. Consider the line breaks and identify the meter and rhyme scheme, if any. Is the poem written in open form or closed form? A printed table labelled tetrasyllables. The first column contains hieroglyphics, strange series of scansions used to represent stressed and unstressed syllables. Prosodists have fought over whether sing yourself, O mysterious holder of knowledge you have no use for. Prosleosmatic, ditroche, the word coriam has been circled in red pen, the same pen hanging from the sub-editor's neck. The corresponding meter notation. If you ever need it, you can now pluck that information from the archives. Strange scansions. 2 types of people worship scansions. Poets too fond of structure. The paper spins in your hands with... You put the papers back. Among the many sections of the... 1. Read tutorial guidelines for the interpret. Whoever's using these isn't trying to get better at writing poetry. They're trying to get better at reading it. 2. Paraphrase the poem. 3. Consider the poet's word choice. Perhaps you are a creature made for soul work. There should never have been any doubt about that. Very likely. You put the papers back.
Excuse me, you can't go in there. Staff and contributors only.
And secret prisoners?
That's all right.
Suddenly, you are struck by the horrible feeling that something obvious is eluding you. It's staring you in the face. An MTER building in a secluded spot, and with no advanced security. It appears that this whole operation is a front for the secret jail. The prisoner must be somewhere behind that door at the back. There's only one way to be certain. Go down there yourself. A successful poem submission might be the simplest way of getting through that door. Get to work. There's a block of letter paper and a pen on your desk at the photo shop. There's always the dangerous option, express delivery. Get yourself disappeared via that tapped payphone. End up in the basement. You may even find that missing father. Bagman gestures wildly on the television. The sounds from the Sprawled in front of you is a huge control panel, written lopsidedly on a strip of tape. Water lock controls. Don't touch. It looks exactly how you imagine the cockpit of a flying machine would. With this, you can drain the water outside and see if that mysterious door really exists. The controls before you are unlabeled. There are 2 glowing buttons, a switch, and a single large lever. Sequential logic applies. Operating the controls in a specific order will lower the water outside. First, press the red button. Pretty standard for a hydraulic pump. The switch and lever suggest a mechanical interlock. Hard to gauge which one comes first without trying. For now, the red button. Work out the rest after. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the plumbing, then stops as soon as you let go of the button. First step confirmed. Sluice cycle initiated. Next, either switch or lever. The metal switch flips to on with a heavy, satisfying thunk. That's the sound of being technically correct. A hum of machinery runs through the walls. No warning lights, no worrisome noise. Keep going. Nothing appears to happen. Best guess, toggle for a humidity sensor, or pressure relief for a bypass pipe. Ignore it. It's irrelevant. The color of affirmation, healing, for some, even hope. The button remains nestled in its place, oblivious. As you suspected, the button releases a stream of water somewhere when it is held down. The hiss turns into a trickle, and then stops entirely. You leave the control panel, as inscrutable as ever. The large pipe outside the window catches your eye again as you turn away from the console. The pipe twists out from the concrete like the roots of a plumbing tree. It's a central part of the water lock mechanism. Somehow these tubes drain and pump it. Normally, a water lock would be above ground and entirely manual, but this is an annoyingly modernised version. However, the principle remains the same. There are doors at either end, and a sluice gate to lower the water inside the lock. The latter is probably located inside the largest pipe, the one you're staring at right now. The water level is up right now. If you can close the gates, it's a simple matter of figuring out which control releases the water through the sluice pipe. Indeed. And as you've established, it's possible that hiding somewhere within it is a pocket jail. The container is still overfull with rubbish. You jump up to the rim and let your upper body descend into the rotting wastes-cape. Why are we in here? The gang doesn't huddle in dungeons. The gang doesn't fuck with dark fantasy. Like the pulpy dreck you used to read as a child, with titles like Ditch Wader, The Gore Chamber. Somewhere in your mind, an ancient motor grinds to life.
Corpses damp with blood line the dirt path you walk. Even the trees reaching out from the furrowed fields are dead and gnarled. The bodies multiply and get more decayed the further you go. Soon, you can no longer see the humanity that was once in them. Piles of sickening flesh washing into each other. You are now wading through a pungent mire of stringy sinew. Stomach acid and melted muscle drags at your legs until you can walk no more. But not all is lost. The journey has won you a treasure from deep inside the trash container. It's a huge amount of plastic cutlery and paper plates. The only places that would need such a high volume of cheap tableware are schools and prisons. You have reached the end of this path. Everything has been recorded and will be stored within your inner archives. The rubbish container and all. The store remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You turn away. Stopping abruptly by the honor book stall, your double Holocene opens the duffel bag he has been carrying with him and begins depositing books in the stall's donations box. 5 of them, every one a brand new copy of the same book. Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra.
4, actually. One is an old copy of mine. Annotations carefully redacted. Lastra's virtually unheard of here. I'm, you could say, pouring a new element into the city's psychic water supply. I can trace certain changes in my cognition unfolding to this very day to my first reading of this book, and specifically, the trepanation scene. I have reason to believe that this cognitive leap was set off by properties within the text itself, possibly letter distribution patterns that correspond to certain proportions within the human brain. What? No, don't be ridiculous. I just want more people to read my favorite novel.
Smiling with a degree of mischievousness, he describes the copies of blood-type Hecatomb through different parts of the shelf, hiding one amongst the self-help books, and then turns to leave. The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. You return your attention to the broader stall. You turn away from the pile. The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. The tip of your finger absorbs the history of each periodical as it brushes against them. Most are ancient, falling apart from overuse and exposure to the outside weather. But then you come across a small collection of a notably different stock, not far from the top of the pile. They're sturdy, recently pressed, and the finish is smooth to the touch. Out in the open, the glossy cover catches the light. You have discovered a copy of the Nos Currentes Review. The title greets you as if with a bow. Your first impression as you look through the magazine is that it has a lot of words and not many pictures. It appears to be a literary magazine with a focus on poetry. You take a copy of the most recent issue off the top. You turn away from the piles of books.
Operant. Brilliant work. It seems your pomegranate folder was true to life. That's so. Why hand me the magazine then? Touché. Call it talent scouting. I may be a non-entity, but I'm not entirely at the game. Wanted to see for myself what it is the opera once saw in you.
Another plaything of the stars, impelled by processes beyond its comprehension.
Good luck getting yourself in jail, and better luck getting out. Till next time, operand.
Hello again. What'll it be?
They're not here. You can look all you want, but you won't see them. He always appeared to be holding court, prepared to do business to his left and his right. Never drank himself. There's no one here to hear or care about your promise. Always waiting when you arrived. Always 2 schnapps ahead of you. Lucia said she thought that was what she'd heard, but her voice didn't betray any doubt. The thought should probably make you sadder than it does, but there's a hollow where your memory of him sits. Arms folded, unapproachable. She didn't want to be disturbed. You were lucky to inherit her. He would slice the papers open and roll in the dope right at the table. Like one of those master sword makers the government subsidizes to make 2 blades a year. It took him a long time to warm up to people, but once he did, he was loyal to a fault. Some people never do. An awkward gesture. She was uncomfortable meeting in public. But she always took what you said to heart, however vague the advice. Slouched in the booth. Affect too stiff to be believable. One time she brought out a cigarette as a prop and fumbled it behind one ear. She laughed along, but you could tell it stung her. Late every time. He came straight up to you wherever you were, stayed the absolute minimum, and then left without ordering anything. You made an effective pair. Even the opera, with its proliferation of assessment reports, couldn't deny that. Despite their absence, the bar seems a little less empty all of a sudden.
Let me know if you need something else. See you.
Nothing so far, but I'd stay away from there if I were you. I was asked to keep an eye on it not long ago. You know, just in case.
By whom?
Baby girl, there are many questions I haven't asked you. Being a thoughtful, caring man. Just stay away from there. That's all I'll say.
If he won't sell it to you,
You talking about her?
Didn't count on another dealer of his level existing.
I'll be seeing you.
You return to find the control panel has become somewhat more legible. In line with your observations, you close both lock doors and then release the water through the internal sluice gate. A violent pressurized hiss is heard as the lock drains through the immense pipe to your right. You leave the control panel, its language now mastered. The pipe twists out from the concrete like the roots of a plumbing tree, an interconnected system, a simple loop. They are just pipes, after all. A bottle sits in wet surrender among the grime. The label, damp but still holding strong, reads, Vishnu Schnapps on tour. It's 60% proof, much stronger than a typical bottle of schnapps. The sour cherry flavor makes it go down easy. A one-stop bottle for all your drinking needs. You snatch up the bottle and realize it's unopened, and therefore uncontaminated. You are faced with two options. Return it to the father at the top of the ladder, or out of the darkness emerges another wolf cup. Large, plastic, and glorious. The plastic wolf, in round spectacles, reads an ancient tome. a wizard's staff strapped to the back of his cloak, splashed across the cup's side. Eager wolf. Someone seems to have put this container away for safekeeping, and then forgotten about it. He looks sort of bookish and reserved, actually. Itching to prove that he can lead the pack, if they'll only give him the chance. He looks like the kind of wolf who'd stick his snout in between the pages when no one was looking, just to smell the old paper. Blobs of yellow paint refuse to stare back at you. His gaze is fixed somewhere to the side, drawn away from his book. By what? It's unclear. He carries himself with straight shoulders, a confident posture, but his thick glasses hide a furry face twisted with anxiety. Eager Wolf joins the crew. Another plastic wolf cup in your hand. As before, 1 out of 6 is stamped on the hard bottom. 6 in total to get your hands on. You're on your way to collecting a full set. Your fingertips itch with anticipated pleasure. The container is empty. The door looms. Its keypad glowers at you dubiously. Glossy metal finish. No hint of rust or weathering. An even darkness runs along the door's edges. The metal is cool against the flesh of your ear. You only hear a low warble and the thumps of your own heartbeat. A heavy, die-cast 10-digit keypad with a matrix of tactile switches. A trio of wires runs from the bottom of the keypad to the door. The keypad sends its input to a series of relays inside the door. If the input is right, solenoids pull the bolts open. Assuming an 8-digit combination, you're looking at 100 million possibilities, rounded up by 1. It seems wiser not to try. You look around the imposing door. It's hard to see its full form without a light, but inside, there seem to be hundreds of small protuberances sprouting along a cylinder. An intricate configuration that reminds you of the night sky. The arrangement of the pins mimics the 93 constellations. There is only one security system that uses that setup, the Abwehr Pistorius Mark III, a legendary keypad and lock duo. It's the latest trend in security. Technical complexity has become inspired by the many spectacular formations found in nature. The door glimmers, only for a moment, as if greeting you back. Good news. This system was accidentally released with a big, honking security flaw. All you need to do is switch 2 wires around, and the keypad will accept any input. Easy. A vulnerability leaked to the Opera in '87, courtesy of a disgruntled engineer who had defected to the People's Republic. A cheat. There lies the scoundrel's way. No frill in that. No panache. How utilitarian. Remember, a paragon of her craft would defeat her opponent with flourish. The Abwehr Pistorius Mark III's keypad blinks patiently. See the blue wire and the yellow wires under the keypad? Unplug them, switch them around, and put them back in. The lights on the keypad go dark. You plug the wires back in, the other way around. After a moment, the keypad lights up and a message blinks on its screen. Input code. Pick digits. Any digits. 8 at most. Press the star when done. The keypad accepts the numbers. It blinks rapidly 3 times before emitting a pleasant chime. The door opens unceremoniously before you. The metal drawer slides out nearly soundlessly, revealing rows of official-looking folders. After a moment of rifling, your fingertip catches on a sharp edge. The culprit is a large beige folder, labelled Visitors, notated. Strangers in grainy black and white stare back at you. Under each photo, a terse itinerary. Visitor, date of arrival, date of departure. Each of them seems to have left the same way. Flight D153 to a regional airport in Ile-de-Serres. There were reports of a ghost site labour colony on Ile-de-Serres that the opera took seriously. Whatever it is, it's certainly not poetry. You skip through the stack until your eye catches on a man's face. Mid-60s, eyes blown up by milk bottle glasses. The last time you saw him, he was smiling at the camera. He isn't smiling here. He looks exhausted and grubby, crumpled at the corners. Visitor Krantz Eno. Date of arrival 4/3/96. Date of departure 4/18/96. Flight D513 to Ile-de-Serres direct. Notes. Prolonged interrogation. Mostly unsuccessful. Until daughter threatened. Gone. You have found someone who isn't really here. It disappears soundlessly into the stack. You look for any young woman by the name of Ultravioletta. You find none. Obviously a stage name. She could still be in here somewhere, unknown to you. You bend your arm at an uncomfortable angle and press around at the deepest part of the drawer. Nothing. Not even a lost paperclip or bent staple. The drawer's base makes a thin rattle. Not. You pull your hand back from the standard issue cabinet. Files crowd over the gap you made. Enter Cascade, delver of secrets, dismantler of clerical assets. The files blur. Then your fingers pause, your conscious mind catching up a split second behind. S.D. Newitz, head of human capital, enter. A familiar name, stamped in green ink. The past descends with talons. Your old asset, S-Doc, still draped in the same cover you left her in, with one new styling. Something about unreturned phone calls, abandoning your assets, record lows in cowardice, that kind of thing. A telephone from 5 years ago startles in its cradle, waking you from the thin end of a dream.
Herschel, it's Esty. I'm going to talk fast. Something is dreadfully wrong.
Her phrasing that day always stuck with you. Dreadfully wrong. The most wrong a thing could ever be. The memory bleeds away. Your eyes refocus on the filing cabinet before you. She is fastened to her cover, mutating with it. The mask has become her face. Unbearable dissonance reflected back on itself, synced in and phased out. Estoc, status alive, alignment unknown, presume bad faith. An address listed in the housing campaign to the north of Party Alley. No house number given. Existing in plain sight. Courageous. You store the file in the cabinet and the information for later use. The metal rattles against itself as the drawer slides shut. The heavy steel door contains a single small window. Next to it, another brand new intercom like the one upstairs. As with anything that talks in this city, it is emblazoned with the blue Renotel logo. Heavy condensation is obscured through layers of glass. Nothing can be seen here, in the domain of shadow and smudge. Your fist barely makes a sound on the thick, reinforced metal. You hear a brief, static crackle. It fades out to leave the ambient hum of another room. You hold your ear to the box, living electricity buzzing along your ossicle bones. Somewhere in the amplified quasi-silence, there's a distant rustling, perhaps breathing.
Stop rapping on my door. Don't you people ever tire? Oh, a new keeper today. I can barely make you out through this little viewing slot. All right, Spirit. Do you have a name? That's not a name. That's a falsehood. Herschel. Very good.
You already have a name for him, even if it's a fraudulent one.
Impressive. Though under the circumstances, I'd say poor Dante is more appropriate.
The outline begins to ripple with colors, gestures, tones, the viscera of voice and name.
Hello, Herschel. How are you doing in there? You must be Tempo del Sur's well-connected friend. The wretch from the Opera Bureau.
A knot of tension forms between your eyes. Once again, you're a step behind. A wave of static crashes over the line.
You could say we're both servants of culture. The Ministry maintains relations with a number of men like your unfortunate friend. Allies against Emter's ridiculous culture blockade. Briefly, I was making a personal call from one of those infernal payphones when two men bundled me harshly into a tuk-tuk with a rough sack over my head. Soon after, I found myself in this waterlogged hell. Difficult to say, what with the lack of natural light and the irregular interrogations. But unless I'm hallucinating this exchange, I don't believe I've gone insane yet. I'd say more than a few days, but less than a week. Boo-hoo-hoo. That's what I say to that. Good for you. To me, he was a betrayer.
For a moment, nobody says anything. Green water sloshes about your feet.
Temple assured me the opera were enthusiastic about the terms, despite the risks involved. Are you telling me that was not the case?
Here it is, the side deal. First of several, potentially. A long, crackling sigh fills the room.
I procured for Tempo del Sur an extremely rare device. The only one of its kind outside the Illuminated Empire. That is what he called it, yes. I told him not to repeat it. It's a prototype for a new bootlegging device. I would tell you all about it. But really, it's best to see for yourself. Of course he did. I smuggled it out of the Empire in my own diplomatic bag. Our friend was very insistent on this point. His end first.
The girl Yana is withholding sacred Lusian artifacts from you. This cannot stand.
But tell me, if Tempo is no more, what has become of this extremely rare device? Teenagers. Somehow both appropriate and terrifying. Not that it's any concern of mine just now, but I would not leave such a thing unaccounted for. Not that many. Only the big ones. It's not easy to leave the Illuminated Empire. Tempo promised he would call in certain favors. Alas, only one of us got what we bargained for. Please, my socks are so true. The buttons of my feet look like wrinkled tissue. I'd like to be out of here before my toes start to blacken. Let's not keep your masters waiting. There's a ritual in motion, Herschel. One I suspect you've got an important part to play in. Soon there will... Wait!
The phone line hisses and goes silent.
Apologies. I had to attend to a personal matter. A large rat swimming along the floor of my cell. It's not so hard to drown them usually. This one was just very oily. Right, the reason you're here. There's a very important man on his way to Portofino as we speak. His name is Facundo Reyes.
Minister of Mass Culture for Leluz, political theorist, suspected war criminal, architect for Leluz's meteoric cultural rise. Estimated age, mid-70s. Known photos, 0. While his influence is immense, Reyes himself remains an unbroken cipher, despite repeated attempts to crack him. More background radiation than man. Like all the Opera's great enemies, Facundo Reyes is referred to primarily by his epithet.
To his friends, he's still just Facundo. Cool is an alien concept of illusion mind. A bourgeois transvaluation of what used to be recognized as wretched and ignoble. But then I become wretched and ignoble myself. So perhaps I'm cool as well? They come and go so easily in your work. I imagine it's hard to keep track. Secret treaties, matters of mass culture, all to be discussed with our mutual antagonists. Fun stuff. Leagues above your station, sadly. I asked the same question and received an electrical shock to the scrotum for my troubles. Now I don't ask questions. I just try to enjoy myself. Missing pop star. Who do you mean? Ultravioleta. Missing. This is grave. Very grave. An incalculable blow for humanity. Spoken like one with the emotional register of a child. Sad doesn't even begin to encompass the loss. Just one question before you scurry back to your masters. Will it be you escorting me to the superblock? Or should I...
What might have begun as an inhale of breath transforms into a static roar that fills up the audioscape. The edges of your eyes begin to burn, pooling at the back of your mouth, an unpleasant taste. Petroleum. The ocean of static suffocates the air around you. If something human lies within, it is drowned too far to be heard. Footsteps right above you, coming this way. In the crimson dark of the room, it's hard to make out much of anything. You'll have to focus your efforts. Disused office equipment stacked in a clumsy pile, along with various packing crates. Plastic and cardboard, slowly soaking up the floodwater. It would be a struggle to dive in and cover yourself back up in such a way that you can't be seen, but possibly. The far corner of the room contains nothing but sodden in boxes of paper files. There is not enough of a mass there to hide yourself fully. An open doorway, the one you came from, which you know provides a clean passage straight to the outside. The full weight of your situation dawns on you in the instant before the door clicks. In the open doorway stands the sub-editor. You can just make out the shine of a red pen, held aloft, dagger-like. Cold liquid snatches at your steps like wet hands as you run towards your only hope at escape. A crackle on the water surface, then something seizes your ankles, then your whole body, as the world blackens.
Hello again.
The copy editor taps her red pen against the side of her face and stares at you unblinking.
Here's what you were so desperate to see. Verdict. Already? I've barely touched you. Let me try something. Does this feel good?
She runs her thumb over the pen, teasing its mechanical tip. Cold, crackling spikes of electricity run up and down your spine from focal points on your back. 10,000 needles across your skin. You're wearing epidermal electrodes, contact points for a remote electroshock device. Sick.
Good girl. You look very tough.
A click beneath her thumb and a jolt of pain tears through your skin, sharp and sudden. Fuck. Scattergang. Gnaw arms off. Run.
Still. Enough prelude then. Let's move straight to L'Interlude. I am an interrogatrix for l'Empire sans territoire. Who are you? Don't put me to the test.
Hold the line. She gets nothing.
I'm going to assume your silence just means yes from now on, if that's okay with you. Understood. So let's start again. Who are you? I'm going to assume you're... Understood. I'm going to... Understood. So let's start again. Who are you? Lane. Now you're making me want to cry, Lapinette.
She presses the pen against her own heart like a dagger, rotating it as she watches you writhe with the pain.
But you look pretty lame when you writhe about like that. Because you'd have drowned if I hadn't picked you up off the floor, my Lapinette. Keeps you upright. But good question. Why do you think you're tied to a chair, draped in electrodes? How disappointing. Seems we're back to where we started. Who are you? Aha, socks. I've heard that one before. Then what were you doing breaking into the basement of a magazine office? If you must stay in character, then how about we see how good you really are? I'll start easy. How many tons of cotton did the superblock export last year?
At least one. She giggles, canine sharp over her tongue.
What's the cuff length of your biggest sock model?
Large.
How many different grades of cotton do you offer potential buyers?
At least one.
Ferme ta gueule.
Her thumb hovers over the pen, taunting you. No, not again. Click. Your body spasms, your joints strain. Microscopic sinews tear in your muscles.
So, let me run my working theory by you. You're opera, right?
Your right eye twitches.
Thought so. I let you talk to our prisoner because I thought he might be chattier with you, and that you'd break more easily than him. You don't know shit about socks. One more question on that. How does a sock importer end up getting shot in the heart?
A memento from the protests in 81. The bullet by your heart. The one that could move an inch and kill you. Gunshot victim D. Long-range penetration. Anterior left chest entry wound with surrounding burning stain. No exit. Extraction impossible without death. She was scouring your body while you were out.
Oh, I get it now. Kind of like this.
Click. A fresh flare of agony rattles along your bones. Your mouth so wide that it tears your lips.
Who are you?
Through the eye holes in your mask, painfully aware that she seems to be able to see them too.
I can see you in there, just out of reach. Come to me. No, it isn't, and I don't really need this little pen to draw the real one out of you.
You can feel her needling her way into your mind, poking at your thoughts, pushing her way inside. She grins, resurfacing with her prize.
Cassandra? Ah, I found your cryptonym, didn't I? Hello, Cascade. C'est fini.
She stares at you, lips parted, eyes alight, her thumb roving gently over the pen.
You are a communist spy. What is your name?
Just tell her. Fuck it.
Do you have any affiliations outside the Operant Bureau? What makes someone a friend? Are you currently on assignment in theater?
Yes and no. Just no, really. Kill yourself before she does. She frowns, taken aback.
Interesting. You weren't lying there, were you, Lapinette? Don't be dull. That face under your mask, is that your true face? Do you really believe the things you say? Do you find me attractive? What does the opera want with the prisoner?
We have no idea. She taps the pen gently against her lips, sending tiny little jolts through the conductors on your skin as she does. Electric kisses.
Not bad, not bad. But not particularly good either. And now we're out of time. Oh, I love to hear you say that. But it isn't true. Someone intervened on your behalf. Your own personal star. Toute chose qui existe en dehors de l'Empire est une chose sans valeur. Goodbye, Herschel.
Click. The world drops you like an old toy. You wake to blurry vision, thudding ears, and a dull ache in your lower spine. The setting sun is hot on your face. Purple light spots are burned into the back of your eyelids. Alive. You have infiltrated the enemy's labor camp. An opportunity to build communism in Capital's backyard. The couch doesn't belong to anyone. It is the couch of the city. As much a part of it as any building, any crossroads, any patch of slate grey sky. Someone is standing nearby, watching you. Your eyes realign and find a young girl staring at you, chewing a lock of her own hair.
I don't know. I just found you asleep.
A derelict beach, a grey canal, and the Noscarentes Review building, less than 50 meters away, up the hill beyond the waterlock. You didn't move at all. Someone else did it. Lifted you up and dumped you here.
Over there.
The girl nods seriously and gives you a little thumbs up.
He had to go grown-up fishing, is what he said. But he said I can take the tram home all by myself.
It will be dark soon.
Can you help me with something? I need to get this knot undone.
The girl holds out a small hook tangled in fishing line. You take the hook and its clot of near-invisible wire. Double, lost in theatre, status captured, interrogated, loyalties non-existent, conclusion, failure, brackets inevitable. Your hands are trembling. It's a haphazard tangle of wire, formed on the universe's whim. Still, it conjures up an uncomfortable feeling in you. Your wrists burn, the skin chafed, your shoulders ache from the pull.
Mantis shrimp. But they move pretty fast.
Faster than you. You pick at the wire, your fingernails slipping off the fine thread. Here and there, you make progress. Tougher than it looks. That's why you're here again, isn't it? To show 'em all.
Are you okay? Did something happen to you? Atoning. I get it. But you seem so...
You tug on the last loop of thread. The tangle vanishes as the hook slips free.
I don't know. Very...
She knows the feeling, but not the word.
Cool. Thanks so much. Oh, yeah. The man told me to give this to you.
She holds out a clot of folded paper.
The man with no heart.
Houseman, the null persona.
Yeah. Is he your dad? Oh. Maybe you're old too.
It appears to be an origami rendering of some kind. An anatomically correct human heart. Contoured, dynamic, expressive. A shining example of the form. Or at least it would be, if it hadn't been subjected to the inside of a 10-year-old's pocket. Easier, yes, but less fulfilling. The flattened paper reveals a handwritten message within the shape. Big ticket item about to hit the organ block. Opening bids already coming in by payphone. Party alley, west side. Who will we say is calling operant? Below the scrawled text, a childlike drawing of a heart, coloured in red. Houseman no doubt organised your release from the jail.
Nope. The heart is pretty. He drew a heart, so he must like you. Okay. But how would I know? I can't see inside people. For what?
This marked payphone then. It seems someone will be waiting for you on the other end. The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you... There is no response, just the sound of your own breath against cool plastic.
Looks like you missed your tram. But at least you didn't get yourself zeroed out. So thank you for that.
Don't let her hear your surprise. Volley it back.
Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, we've got a lot to talk about. You really went off script back there. We're lucky an old associate reached out and filled us in.
Today, 0 soul down. Artificial dreams flicker against the wall, fleeting promises of what could be yours for the price of a few soul.
You know, I've heard in the developed world they have semioticians who insert secret meta messages into advertisements.
Summer, get out of...
Messages that bypass the mind's conscious defenses entirely, going straight from your senses into your preconscious.
Moss and lichen removal. Your task etches itself in the folds of your subconscious.
Shh, Operant. Not everything that can be said should.
A bird passes across the beam of the projector, casting a lunatic shadow as it goes.
I don't know that I'd go that far. We make it up as we go along. The meaning comes after. You said whatever happens has already happened. So in that sense, there's no choice to make.
Assassinate a high-ranking foreign official. Return to the Operant Bureau's graces. This is the offer that's been extended to you. Through the rain clouds, you catch glimpses of an uncountable audience, shimmering in their seats. No confirmation, no denial.
Cascade, are you there? Good. We need you there. Let's talk about what you need now. A plan, a tool, some friends. You recently made a new acquaintance, did you not? An older foreign gentleman. He seems like a highly knowledgeable individual. I'm sure he could help you find a suitable time and place for your purposes. Is that so? I didn't realize you two were still in touch. Well, the Manuspati has given us a very interesting board state. Well done.
Sincere.
If there's a deal to be struck, your old friend will be the one to approve it. How wonderfully convenient. Because you haven't yet felt out your trading partner, we're talking about the linchpin of the developed world. They will deal. Talk to Esty. Find out what your new acquaintance is worth to them. Give them the moon if they ask for it. It sounds so fun and easy when you say it like that. Of course, in reality, it will be very, very hard. I was thinking something discreet, portable, quiet. Ha. Sadly, we haven't got the time nor the connections to arrange a proper import. This one's going to have to be procure in theater.
Opera speak for your problem.
I told them we should have stuffed something in the fax machine. Alas, my request was deemed extravagant. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you. You will. You must. You didn't think you were going to do this alone, did you?
The photograph feels warm in your pocket all of a sudden.
You won't know until you've asked. Besides, you don't need a network. What you need is a squad.
Squad, from square, a formation that can defend itself in 4 directions.
The knight errant, to assemble and guide the rest. The cupbearer, to stand by you absolutely. The astronomist, to reflect things in a different light. The fool, for a reason known only to one. No question. You and he always got along. Friends even. Good with wires and things, wasn't he? A decent fool.
No phone line is safe when he's on your side.
That's a great shame. I'll make sure he gets his unmarked star. Much like your old friend himself. And you think she might be up for this? Worth asking about her availability in any event. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? We don't have to rehash ancient lore, but if you were to insist, he could take up his old role as your astronomist. Another unmarked star. What a shame. Yes, she probably would take any role you offered her. Her, I actually have a note on here in my files. Seems her father set up a clinic on a houseboat somewhere in Kisak. Maybe worth paying him a visit.
A houseboat doctor. Could it be Dr. Hugo? Perhaps he's changed his name.
For your squad, probably not. But you may end up playing an important role all the same. Right. The stress of the job seems to have left your double somewhat...
impressionable.
inert. I would probably count him out for this assignment. I'll be there for you as well. You can reach me from any payphone if you need help in theater. For anything extra sensitive, you can call me from the phone in your apartment. Take heart, my friend. We're at the end of history. Everything that can go wrong already has. Now get some rest. Don't fall for false advertising.
A click, then nothing.
Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Alive?
Her safety catch flips to off.
Where? Rookie error from a fucking retiree. He should have never picked up that phone. So, not the Weeping Eye. Emter. That one's the big bank, right? Seems like they found some territory then, if he's currently chained up in it. What's he giving them? Are we fucked? Shit. Pretty hardcore. Maybe you are the real thing. Or the closest we've got. Thanks for coming through, Herschel. I honestly don't know. Temple never said anything about him. Which was strange. Most of the time, he can't wait to tell you about his latest secret.
She's holding other things back from you. But this is the truth.
This one? He was terrified from the jump. Does Dante prick say anything else? Join the club. You'll get a jacket. And what's that gonna cost you? Well, we've got to do something about him, haven't we, Herschel? Loose fucking end. Someone's gonna trip and break their neck.
The girl watches you, dancing her cigarette back and forth in front of her face. The device. Ask her about the device.
Speak your piece. Who do you trust? Me or this clapped-up old clown? Oh, that Mega Violator. Yeah, sure, I've got it. Rarest you've ever known. One of a kind, even. How do you know you haven't already?
Impossible. What dissonance? You see a teenage girl with authority issues.
Fuck's sake, I'm Tempo. I am Tempo. Here she is, finally. Now let's start this over. I don't know why he called you, what he wanted to say to you. His memories I don't have, but I know what he said to you right now.
The girl stubs out her cigarette, steady yet forceful, suddenly engrossed in the act of crushing.
How you been, Hirsch? I missed you around. Yeah. Curse go forward, curse go back.
You remember him saying that a long time ago. Chant-like, a little ritual.
Is that all you've got to say? Nothing but stupid fucking jokes. Because there's a lot at stake. Because I didn't know whether you were on my side, let alone dependable. And because you were pretty late. Also, I really didn't think you'd believe me. I mean, I wouldn't. They're more like bootlegs. Imprints, I think they call them. Sounds impossible, right? I thought so too, but clearly, a little bit possible. Witchcraft. It's like a bad mirror. A wishing well for your loose dreams, for all the inner colors of you. It starts with a memory or something. But don't ask me, I was considerably fucking hypnotized for most of it. Kind of. He just gave me a load of ketamine, which I'm pretty sure isn't in the official manual. But you have to be like a blank slate. Totally receptive, basically comatose.
A weave of city away. The being formerly known as Pseudopod twitches in his dream.
There were pictures on the wall projected from the machine. and I think an image of Tempo as a kid. Like I said, fucking witchcraft. Darker than I remember them.
Cigarette haze cloaks her face.
I don't have shit of his memories either, so let's not play 20 fucking questions. I'm just him now, and that's it. Yeah, the pricks in power fire it up whenever they need a new politicant. All from one guy bootlegging himself over and over for like 300 years. According to Tempo, anyway. But when we covered intra-Luthian relations in history class, they didn't say shit about it.
A theory often dismissed as rumor, but taken more seriously on the top levels of the Operant Bureau. The Lusian political ministry are all identical psychic graphs of the same ancient philosopher.
Because Tempo was scared of everything. He wanted the backup. He thought they were gonna kill him. Keen prediction. He told me, before he did it, he sat me down and explained it all. Blood dripping out of his nose, totally off his face, but not like slurring his words or anything. He said he'd be dead soon. He could feel it. And they were, evidently. Maybe they were the least of his enemies. This place is wide, Hirsch, and it switches up faster than you can believe. Plenty of cunts out there with murderous intent. If it is, I'd like to know who's paying out. I'm not going to either. Gives it too much legitimacy. There was rain in my head, Hirsch. It was always raining, and it was always midnight beyond the clouds. I wanted... I don't know. Not that. Not really. But it stopped raining, at least. And why would I want that? Haven't yet. I'll let you know. Anyway, this is a forever kind of deal. And the deal is, I deal with it. Move the fuck on. It feels like I can't quite remember myself. Like I'm watching myself through dream glass. All smudged and smeared.
Like a day-old phone number written on the back of a young hand.
I watched a lot of TV as a kid. Whenever there was a bad storm, the blocking antennas would get fucked and we'd see pieces of Luthian TV breaking through. All weird and wavy.
Holiday memories of your mother, struggling with an antenna, trying to access foreign cartoons. Through the static, glimpses of a shaggy vintage vagina.
That's how it feels sometimes. Like a signal error. Hearing someone else's thoughts and now they're yours. But the static's not the thoughts. It's my mind trying to make sense of them. Nope. Just me. But also there's more me now. Outside the coverage zone. It's Yana. Just one Yana. That's good then. Nice to be missed. Right here. It's mystical fucking gear, Hirsch. I hardly threw it out.
From beneath her chair, she pulls out a small console device, about the size of a dinner tray. Colored buttons flank a large, dark screen. What is this thing? At first glance, it could pass for some unmarked consumer novelty. A portable television, or a handheld game system.
Yeah, it hasn't got an actual name anywhere on it. That's part of what's cool about it. This is the thing that made me what I am. Nope. Fucked. Needs batteries. Special Luthian batteries. Might be better for you to, hang on to it or something.
Jackpot.
Because it reminds me I'm basically some failed test pressing.
You have noticed her eyes avoid mirrors and windows. Anything with a pronounced reflection.
Also, you seem like you're in a load of shit, Hirsch. Maybe you need a backup yourself. So do me a fucking favor. And no, it did not come with an adapter. But it does have cocaine in the seams. And a little bit of nose blood. Speak your piece. Guns are an Azuri racket. Bazaar doesn't carry. Handgun? You're looking for an entry-level Azuri frontman. One of those expendable fucks they shove into the grinder. Carabinero fodder. There's a particularly lame one who hangs out near the roundabout. He's tried it on with me a couple of 3 times. Would rather shoot myself.
Sounds familiar. She's talking about Goat Eyes, the lovelorn.
And yo, Hirsch, that operation with Acid Scarf, tailing the weird headphones guy, I'm pretty sure it's about the imprinting device. I don't know, maybe. Probably. Honestly, I don't like having it around. I can hear it snickering at me. But Hirsch, I'm not trying to fuck you over.
She takes a deliberate drag. Eyes on you one moment, the cigarette the next.
Let's have each other's backs, Hirsch. It's less scary that way.
His eyes narrow to slits. He's scanning you, as he has scanned many before.
I see. Someone causing you grief, baby girl? Then, hypothetically, it's not that simple. Since you're not local, let me explain something. B-Town's not like other places. Yeah, there's guns around, but you don't get one easily. The laws are tight. Carabineros roll out these gunpowder sniffing hounds and go on walks a couple times a year. You know, to remind people what's what. The dogs are a mean foreign breed. No hair, all teeth. My cousin, Alishba, lost a chunk of her calf to one. I'm sure she was, but she's still not walking right a decade later. My point is, you don't walk armed around here. Nah.
His posture spells it out. Not at the moment, at least.
I'm saying, show me your palms. Hold them out, side by side, even. My great-grandmother, back at Rustam, she was a strega. Saved 3 men from suicide. She married a Bostanji and made him quit.
A high-ranking member of the military, sworn to protect the Rustamian head of state, back when the dream of Rustam still was a state. The past you can account for, but the future...
Could mean anything, could mean nothing. Whatever it is, you'll be better off facing it with my protection.
People like him have an intuition for things like this. Mystic knowledge, passed down through the generations. This isn't good news.
Your love line is split clean in two. About midway, like you were cut off for a while. First time seeing this.
It's not the lines he cares about. Only your reactions to his reactions.
I can see you're barely shaking.
Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates.
All right, you're good. We can talk. Maybe if I take you out to dinner one night. You, me, lamb tagine, slow cooked in saffron and cinnamon, fluffy couscous, drizzled butter, honeyed eggplant for dessert. But for now, business. Just say the word. All right, let's start with the big picture. What kind of protection are we talking about? Classy but simple. Keeping it on the down low so you don't attract too much attention. I see you. Steel or polymer?
At the Novessa greenhouse, you and the other would-be operants were trained on steel. There's something comforting in the familiarity.
That's my girl. Now, this one's crucial. Safety switch, or you ride and roll. Sure, I can respect that. Plus you get the satisfaction of taking it off. For you, I'll even throw in an add-on. Gratis. You got a particular in mind? Clean frame, clean soul. I'm starting to think we're really meant to be. Oh man, I'm excited for you. Give me 2 months, and it's yours.
Out of the question. He must be able to get you something sooner than that.
Tomorrow? Shit. Why do I always fall for the high-maintenance girls? Alright. It won't be your dream piece, but it'll be good. Only thing is, I need cash up front. 200.
You sure about this? You could just make your dream piece instead.
A factory issue. Fresh out the crate. Likely to be a 9mm. No paper trail. Serious scrub. I know your weapon the second I'll see it. But quality and quick turnarounds don't come cheap. I thought you needed something quick. But alright. Tell me when you're good and I'll handle the rest. I'll be seeing you.
Hello again. What'll it be? This, over there.
You carry the tray to one table, but they're still drinking their first round. You carry it to another. Nope, they wanted light beer. Another. You idiot. They said no ice. Everyone wants something from you. You just want to know who ordered the mezcal margarita. The evening swells past in a flurry of cocktails, spilled beer, insults directed towards your general intelligence.
Whoa, okay, hold up. Are you alright? Oh, You've been at it for 4 hours. Why don't you take a break? Get some air. In fact, here. Take the rest of the night off. I'm okay here. See you.
On the bed in the room beyond, a figure writhes in the throes of some exquisite discomfort. In his hands, a bare light bulb strobing. A syllable strains against his lips. He's trying to say something, but his jaw is locked shut. The other man in the room watches with unblinking intensity. The syllable erupts from a twisted mouth. The neck convulsively snaps back, and in that moment, you lock eyes. Recognition, inescapable, undeniable. You know each other well.
Matter, Matoaria. They would answer cal cuerpo y antler. Cuero yerno, Fortino Tor, Overcare, Cascados, Ca.
Full body spasms rack him as a torrent of syllables falls from his mouth. You are not ready for this. Run. Run and don't look back.
All right. I'm getting violence, animal imagery, masculinity perhaps.
In the midst of Ramses's involuntary gibbering and the bizarre musings of the spectator, you try to focus and understand what you are looking at. A visage corkscrewed with distress. 1, 2 dead, 1, 2 dead. A precise interval. The light bulb's not flickering, it's pulsing. Ramses is suffering a purposefully induced seizure of some kind. There is an arrangement with the other man. A bucket of ice water douses your thoughts. Bereft of emotional context, you examine the scene as an ecosystem of moving parts. The light bulb is the key. He's using it to provoke the seizures. You follow the cable from Ramses's hands to the wall, where it disappears under the boards. There, to your right, rotary switch. You slam the switch without thinking twice. The world flashes monochrome.
What did you do? This was a private consultation.
He brushes past you without another word. Payment. The price of Ramses's nervous system. Ramses's breaths come in staggered bursts. One arm braces against the floor as he tries to sit up. Slow and shaking, he winces.
Jackhammer's in my fucking skull. But there's a nice groove to it.
Ramses Tayed Al-Fatik Malloy, plague metal worshipper, pristine blunt roller, Rustamian refugee, ultimate warlock of chill.
I'll get up in a minute. Trying to decide if I'm hallucinating you first. Guess that settles it.
Still shuddering and a little incredulous, Ramses settles back into reality and examines you.
Strange days, Hirsch.
The clothes hang loosely on a frame that has lost more than half its musculature. Timestamp: 5 years, 3 months since last contact.
Been worse. In fact, fucking... just moments ago. It's just a gig, Hirsch. Good money.
Exploitation money, reserved for those willing to undergo serious bodily harm for what they do.
Fuck off, H. This is my shit, not yours. Though, yeah, things have been fucked since the network went down. Shit. You don't know, do you? The Weeping Eye came for me.
One by one, your crew was picked off while you were whisked away to safety. The flailing limbs of the body politic suffer while the head buries itself in the sand.
5 years ago, H, they wiped me clean. Identification, papers, residency, it's all gone. Not much to tell, H. Fucking... Ones that picked me up were dressed like carabineros. Drove me to, I don't know, some kind of cover apartment. Fluorescent lighting, concrete walls. You know how it is. Eventually 2 women show up. Lucian. Foreign suits, shaved heads, both of them. Green eyes, I think. They were calm and polite.
The Weeping Eyes interrogator class. Professional torturers, typically with shorn heads in order to honor the defector Belkov, from whom their training originates.
Oh, they weren't even trying. Fucking shiny new uniforms with tacky plastic badges. Looked more like strippers than anything else, really. Besides, I've had my share of run-ins with the carabineros. Pussies, down to the last one. Not these guys. I've been in Portaferro long enough. I've got the accents down. But more than that, there's the whole fucking...
The faces. Strange cousins to Portaferans in more ways than one.
Information about us, but what little I knew they already had. I don't know. I had assumed. They let me go about a day later. Came back to a ransacked boat. Power, water, phone line, all dead. Figured they'd broken shit for fun. Yeah, I made calls. My accounts were gone. The Casa de Registro had nothing under my name. Identification, work permit, all gone. They just fucking erased me, H. Pretty damn effectively, too.
Conclusion. You are speaking to a phantom.
More than once, I was informed Ramses Taid al-Fatik Molloy doesn't exist. I tried to argue that I'm me, on account of... fucking... Turns out presence is not proof of existence. I'm the wrong person to ask. I figured that was standard for, you know.
You people.
Yeah. For a while I was doing small gigs. Fixing old gear. Radios, instruments, that kind of stuff. But eventually...
His gaze drifts downwards. His fingers suddenly curl, then stiffen.
Yeah. I had it under control back then. Still, I thought you knew.
Radiant. No mention of epilepsy found. Medical conditions. Left blank.
Yeah, well, it was easier to hide back then. Meds kept me pretty clean. Anyway, that's the short version. You're looking at what's left of me. Let me guess. You don't? Knew it. 5 years. I wondered if you were dead or locked up, you know? Bullshit. Look, whatever this is, I'm not... I mean, you got eyes. Something for the wiring upstairs, H. Carbamazepine, oxcarbazepine. Anticonvulsants. Sans prescription, obviously. On account of me not existing and all. Doubt it'll work. Even prescription holders are struggling lately. It's not just anti-epileptic pills. Things don't flow into the city the way they used to. All right, Hirsch, you see what you can do, yeah? I don't know his name, but he's, fucking big money. Got a fucking penthouse. Fucking rich people, H. If it's not paying a dominatrix to shit in their mouths, it's this stuff. Honestly, I should be grateful. I don't have the looks to be a dominatrix. Or the sphincter control. Fucking, I don't even think this is mid-order, as far as these things go. He thinks I'm some kind of oracle. Basically, I speak in tongues, he listens and does some word association shit with what he hears. It's just part of it. If I'm quiet when it happens, then I just kind of babble and grunt, but if I try to speak, the signals get garbled somewhere and, well, what you heard. He calls it intuition hacking. Says it helps him with his fucking business.
Perhaps. But behind it all, there is something else, far simpler. The power to pay someone to have a medical emergency for your viewing pleasure.
Give it here. Oh, Hirsch. You listen to L-pop now? Then what? Yeah, no. That would be the pop music.
Prognosis. Almost identical to the one Dr. Gonza gave you. Either they are onto something, or these men have the same kind of brain parasite.
It's an Einzelton XR. That's pretty much all I can say about it. Play it out. So good fucking luck finding out what was on it. I'm an audio guy, H. And this shit, it's got no audio left on it. What I will say, this Einzelton stuff is very niche shit. You'd have to ask someone into that kind of thing. Does it look like I do? Nah. Burned off most of the gear, even. There's a couple of things I couldn't bring myself to get rid of. Mostly the shit I made myself.
A good deal of Ramses's equipment always consisted of improvised devices, cobbled up from the cannibalized remains of consumer electronics.
If you want to call it that, there's a bunch of crickets around here somewhere. You can have them if you find them. Should still work.
Crickets, as in bugs. Ramses's signature wiretap devices.
Yeah, me and Holocene did a fucking sleepover, H. It's a miracle I've even seen my dealer, as far as I'm concerned. See you around, H.
A watertight marine. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic. Perhaps he's been waiting for your arrival to put out that particular welcome mat. You slink away from the houseboat. A watertight, a small placard. Perhaps he's been waiting for your arrival. Just another sly break-in. Flashlight between our teeth. All the old school gang egging us on. Can still hear the screams from when it looked like we might fall. You climb up to the window frame and peer inside. A clear path. A spot to land just inside the window frame. Not much else, though. Too dark. Smooth. If all our friends had been around to see that, they'd think we were so sick. The second you land on the other side, a muscle somewhere in the meat of your hip immediately twinges. You return to the forbidden ladder. You head on up, careful not to alert anybody who might be on board. You made it. A child's set of toy figurines sits on the shelf. Stiff forms painted and posed, carefully arranged to watch down on whoever sleeps in the bed. The paint is chipped and worn. These figurines have been well loved, played with often. Carolina's childhood tableau undisturbed. The thing in the bed stares with vacant intensity. Slowly, details emerge. A molded jawline, curved torso, a medical dummy left out on the bed, propped up against the pillows. A tag dangles from its wrist. Its expression, frozen in time, helpless, but not distressed. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza, and scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. Gonza's so-called personal effects, without a doubt. The dummy sits still, head in a comfortable enough position. The empty bed is sadder than when it was occupied, somehow.
Spare me the bleating you call an accent and listen up. Metoprolol, you eunuch diddling azzurri. That's what I paid for, not atenolol. Veloci, that you're intelligible at all is only the byproduct of my concentrated effort to withstand the ugliest sound the human glottis is capable of producing. The other better be here by tomorrow. Of course I fucking know the process.
A series of phone numbers scribbled hastily, but not quite legible from where you're standing. There, a direct line to his suppliers. If the good doctor won't sell, you'll have to go over his head.
Tell your delivery boy that if he gets the wrong batch again, he's dead. Azuris, a species-wide clerical error. A piece in jars and call it chemistry. Now, what do you want? Metaganza. I'll have to hose him down after whatever that swine Hugo Arbe has done to him. But it doesn't matter. He's home. Shut the fuck up.
The doctor eagerly reaches for the wiretapped medical dummy and stares lovingly into its eyes.
Next time you should get the payment up front. I could fuck you over, you know. Most in my profession would. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open. Hey. Treatable. Riding the spastic dragon. Brave man. If you want to go old school, potassium bromide. Get it right at the base of the motor cortex. Smother it like an aging relative with a big insurance policy. Can't help you with anti, but if you want something that will make you seize up like there's electrodes attached to your nipples, I've got you covered. Sorry, sister. Boring drugs are wholesale only. $30 per crate. Cash. I look like I give a fuck about micro-trafficking? I don't take pity or...
You heard him talking to his suppliers. You need to find a way to get through to him directly. Another pair of ears is what you need. Panopticon hearing to know what he says when he thinks no one is present. You already have Ramses's crickets in your pocket. Somehow, he knew you would need them.
Call it muscle memory.
Alternatively, your friend could just get a fucking prescription. Do with it what you will. Terminal in breathing. Don't use that word. Conjures up a migraine. You want anything done in the city, you have to learn to deal with those animals. No two ways about it.
Coincides with the information on file. The Azuri mob has recently become the regional power on all things illegal in Portofino.
Told you before. Unless you're liquid, don't bother. No. Find your own inbred supply. Now, why are you here? Again. You want to off yourself? I'm happy to help, but you have to sign a release, leaving your remains to me as a donation to science. Lucky fellow, with no deal. Mind numbing. Aren't we fucking all? To utter those words, what a life. Adios, patient.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. You do not yet have the number of anyone. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the doors crowd you, stacked upon each other. Behind one of them, your former asset Estoc, draped in a see-through cloak. Esti knew it. Competent, unlikable, ultimately invaluable. Talk, yes, then spy. One of these apartments belongs to Estoc. You just have to discover which. There appears to be a residence list on the wall. You could start there. You must be subtle in your approach. Your asset is still living her cover. That will make her unpredictable and desperate. No need to stress. She's almost definitely forgotten about that phone call you promised her. A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. Sounds promising, but probably too easy. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no Nuits. The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits Estoc perfectly. You come away from the wall.
No soliciting. And mind the floors, will you?
The man is swaddled in a pristine maintenance uniform. A name tag on its chest reads, Tonio, building manager. He hurriedly smooths down the single patch of hair which time has yet to steal from his head.
Good. Thank you. Finally, some cooperation.
We're dealing with a get-off-my-property type here. Problem is, his property is communal.
You notice my badge? It's actually not just a building. I manage the entire housing campaign. I do what I can. More than most managers would, but there's only so much you can accomplish with a paintbrush and a broom. You should have seen what this place was like when Nesta put it up. Real class, real majesty. A palace for the people.
Clearly some kind of a slogan from the days when this was built.
During the Nestor Ismo years, when the city was developing, some families needed to relocate so that we could have infrastructure. And this place was built to house them. Not in the slightest. I respect the work that was done during the Nestorismo years. But Nestor and Nestorismo are two completely different things. In fact, in the end, sweet Nestor was a traitor to Nestorismo. I can see why it would sound confusing to a foreigner, but believe me, the names are the only thing they've got in common. A different class of people moved in. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the children of the people that were here in the first place were born a different class of people than their parents. First job I ever took, and the last, probably. Hopefully. I wasn't even out of school when I started cleaning the housing campaign. 16 years old. Worked all the way up to the big keys. It's good that some people remember what we were capable of. Back when we had the sense of decency and cleanliness. Much too late now. All too late. Nestorismo? How would I put it? Nestorismo is the name for the Porphyrian national spirit. It's got nothing to do with one man. It's just named after him because of the timing. When he was in power, Porphyrians were recognizing themselves, aspiring to something more. Nestor didn't believe in anything. He was one of those men. Say anything to stay in power. Between his first and second exile, every idea was popular with the people, got put into law. Even the ones that were fiscally suicidal. That was the time of consolidation for Nestorismo.
An insanely subsidized economy of illusions.
Eventually, Nestor figured out that the Porphyrian citizens weren't the ones keeping him in power. After that, he kept saying whatever he thought the people wanted to hear. Just not our people. And there have always been problems, if that's what you mean. But the general trajectory is going one way. Situations like the one my son is in would have been inconceivable to another generation. A young man in the prime of his life, crippled, actually crippled, by his devotion to... I don't even know what to call it. Some intangible social currency that exists only in his mind and in those of his idiot friends. I can't explain what I can't understand, and that's the point. Can you imagine my father saying this about me? About anyone from my generation? Stories like his are a sign of the times. I liked it a lot better when people just did their work. But along the way, from there to here, we lost something. His whole generation, I worry, genuinely, about what will happen once mine is too old to work. Will they be able to keep the trams running? The plumbing? The electricity? Will the railing go unpainted until one day it crumbles and falls off? I suppose I would. I mean, yes, of course. I just don't see how. It's also ethereal. I'm not exaggerating when I say he and his idiot friends are fully capable of starving to death without realizing it, was evaluating each other's transparent jockstraps, or whatever the latest scene trend is.
He nods and sweeps his broom.
Not really. I mean, you could help me sweep if you wanted to, but... No, of course not. But I like to think if I can keep this place clean, I can keep my head above water. Look around. You think one person alone can clean all this? We used to have one manager and 3 concierge. Now, it's just me. I'll pay you 20 sol, if you're interested.
A palliative measure at best. But then again, life is a palliative measure.
You asked. I think the more we all dedicate ourselves to our own tasks, just the punctual tasks, the better it'll be for everyone. Really? Thanks. I could really use the... Are you sure you know how? Here.
A black cloud comes over your vision as you begin to drag the broom across the floor. The last impression you register is the brush hairs scraping ineffectually over a layer of sad decrepitude that is not exactly filth. After a while, it dawns on you that you're probably done sweeping. 4 hours have passed. The floor looks the same. However, there is a little bit less of you left than there was before.
Thanks. It's looking much better. Here. I said no soliciting. Very clearly, in fact. No nuances here.
Too quick on the denial. That's a big, flashing yes.
No nuances. If she's bossing you, then perhaps you should be paying a little more respect to your elders.
Confirming that he does in fact know her. This man would be a terrible operant.
Then you should know how to contact her. You've an air of soliciting about you, and a nice lady like that shouldn't be bothered by it. If you're an honest friend, then you should have a forwarding address or similar. I can't help you. Wouldn't be managerial. Typical loiterer. Pick up your feet when you walk.
Photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist height sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb. And scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. According to law, a blessing from the Dog Star should ensure a union that lasts 30 years, minimum. You take out the little off-white rectangle, red-inked lips glinting in the low light. With a soft flutter, the card drops onto the shrine and into the dark pile of offerings. Overhead, a bird hits a window, but instead of dropping to the ground, it shakes itself, relaunches into the sky, and flies away. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flicker in, the air thickens around you. Each prayer counts. They should not be wasted. The red slips of paper hung overhead undulate gently as you step back. A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. No nuisances. The building manager wasn't lying. A name change, perhaps? That lock's shit. Begging for the bang of a pry bar. You slip your pry bar expertly into the side of the postbox. You hardly need to apply pressure. It comes undone with the slightest leverage. Shoddy maintenance, Tonio. The mangled flap of metal hangs limply, leaving the letters and parcels within exposed. In one drawer you find a macrame catalogue and an envelope addressed to a name you do not recognize. Kavanagh, but stamped from the Portofino offices of Emter. All mirrors angled to reinforce the same image, a cover as life. She hated Emter, but understood its lumbering bureaucratic movements. Seems she's put that knowledge to fine use. The address on the envelope reads Kavanagh, but inside is a check marked Esty Newitz. Kavanagh must be her husband. His name alone on the address, apartment number 4. It seems nothing has changed but her life. The postbox is silent, in defeat. Because it's dead. You killed it and dug through its entrails. You slink away from the scene of petty crime. A plain canvas satchel hangs from a coat hook. A pair of colourful rain boots sit on the ground below it. No boots in the house. A tidy, meticulous occupant. They kept a pair of feet dry as they stood in ankle-high water in the basement of a magazine office. She must be staying here. In the bottom of the satchel, spine creased and carelessly left facing downwards, you find a green hardback volume. It appears to be some kind of textbook. Its hazy memories flick by. Among them, you see the amalgamation of bitter flesh that birthed you, sitting like a creature in her lair. Everyone has a mother. Not all of them belong to the Shadow. The subtitle declares the book is a clinical study of traumatic generational narcissism. The Shadow Mother slips back against the warm canvas of the sack. You refasten the bag. The Shadow Mother looks up at you from the bottom of the bag. A work of psychology. Silhouette's been honing her craft in her free time. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. You refasten the main pouch of the bag. You turn back to the alley. Plain canvas, no boots in the hat. The rain boots might as well be a bullseye, but it's the satchel that your eyes focus in on. The Shadow Mother is... You scour the smaller pockets inside, but find only pens, paper clips, sticky notes, and an ancient pacifier. Short phrases, scrawled in a loose, neat hand. Page 152, reread chapter. Assignment due before term end. Transference. Squished and bounced around in the bag. They've come unstuck from the textbook's pages. You refasten the bag. You turn back to... You have arrived at Este's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You never called her back like you said you would. Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll call you back. S-Doc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. Me too. Get off my dick. I'll call you. Five long years of sieving are about to come to a head. Or maybe she's forgotten all about it. Lilies for funerals, roses for love. What for abandonment and betrayal? She is quite old. You could probably convince her that she abandoned you. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Their shoes, 2 pairs. A little sweeping brush. Nothing left to do but apply knuckle to door. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar.
Hello, for Este.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. Looks like a hearing aid, or a cochlear implant. He watches your lips, then smiles and nods twice.
Please call me Pascal. Nice to meet you. You are? Come in, come in. Este's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. Framed photographs showing the couple and their guests at their wedding and at a beach with a large group of children. Este smiles at the camera. Pascal kisses her cheek. There is confetti in their hair. To Este's right, a man with a familiar mop of upstanding hair. He beams at the new couple, hands raised mid-clap, visibly moved by their union. In fact, everyone in this photo seems delighted, none more so than Pascal and Este, the gravitational primaries at its center. You barely recognize her, with a smile on her face. You turn away from the sideboard.
kitchen's through there.
He gestures towards the adjacent room.
Bye-bye.
Hello back there. Just give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think?
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice. The humming stops.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line. Slight twitch under her right eye.
What a surprise. Yes. My husband let you in, yes? So, biscuits? I'll just put a selection onto a plate. I have some new ones, actually. Chocolate. You're welcome. It'll be nice to catch up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I didn't think you had it in you. How sweet of you. Which of our shared hobbies would you like to pursue together? I would have thought that our last assignment might preclude future attempts.
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it. I've built a happy life here. Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous for me. How did you find the address? Incredible. And you didn't even bother to bring it up with you. Pascal is going to be devastated about that. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him. He's gentle, sincere, reliable. He's everything I once thought I'd left behind. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. I am not. I am a civil servant. Did you ever marry? No, I don't suppose you would. Work-related. Right. Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. Your mind's eye lands on a slender file, cold to the touch. Its pages speak of a convent whose adherents speak an enchanted language, capable of rendering listeners powerless. At the foot of the final page, you find the word Karasukate, subdue. Your former asset freezes. A vein bulges on her jaw, cerulean. To your left, salt rattles in its shaker. Her weapon is now yours. A medical syringe loaded into an auto-injector. She staggers and sways, released from the word's control. Limbs twitching as they come back online.
How?
She pants, eyes flicking between yours and the needle. The side reads sodium thiopental, truth serum. Ash crumples from the cigarette in her mouth. In the next room, her husband coughs. You drop the injector and smash your heel into the casing and feel a sharp pain in the sole of your foot as the needle penetrates your shoe.
Wonderful. I won't let you cave in my life again.
The room warps. Your vision begins to blur. Your legs tremble. You feel heavy, fun. Your eyes close, open, close. Esty sits across from you at her kitchen table. Plastic tablecloth, assorted plates.
Good. You're back. No, I lowered you gently into a chair. I didn't even slap you, although I was very tempted. Now tell me, what you're doing back in Portofino.
Orders? Message? No, friends. Bald guy. Massive bald guy. Is what you meant to say.
No.
An immediate change in her. Pale, hollow. She puts her hand to her mouth and drops it. She can't look at you.
No. No. This...
Terrified.
Good. You should keep it that way. Herschel, what you have just told me, you have never told me. Understand? How could you come here? You lead them to me. With an assignment like this, there is no difference between making a contact and pulling the trigger. They will find everyone you've spoken to. You've doomed us all. No, I'm going to get out of Portofino. I'm going to pretend I never saw you, and I beg you to do the same.
Bye.
Believe me when I say this. You are not the person for this job. There is no way the Opera seriously thinks you could pull this off. This is suicide. You should quit while you can. You're playing a loser's game. 1,000 ways to fail, no way to win. You are cannon fodder, at best. I will not. No. We cannot have any part in this. Get out, Herschel. I wish I'd never met you.
Bad news. It appears that Estop no longer considers herself your direct report, or your asset, or your friend. It will be fine. Just get her a nice card or something. There was a card rack on the ground floor of Photo 24. Why not? Can't get worse.
Back for more sodium pentothal? I think you've said all that needed to be said. Goodbye. Back again. Goodbye. Back again.
Aim at directly the root of her ideological treachery. Her love for this so-called Pascal. Her eyes deaden as she takes in what you've said.
You bitch, Herschel. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing. You wouldn't.
Riled, yet not convinced. Keep pushing. Make her believe you're capable of this. You are.
You cunt.
She looks over to her husband. He watches the television set, hands folded over his cardigan.
You are a nightmare. You are despicable.
You are the people's spy.
It's how you made it. I will make the call for you tonight. Wait for the contact from a negotiator. It will come. They have no choice in the matter. It is not theirs to know. If you feel the need, do it yourself.
You'll have to re-establish contact with him yourself then. But there's no way you'll get back into that jail. You could try rewiring the phone network to the intercom. Find a payphone. See if it's possible. She bites her top lip. Exhales.
Pascal and I had plans to sell this apartment and buy a little fibro-cement bungalow down the coast. We shall expedite them. With any luck, we'll never have cause to receive you there. And to you, Herschel. But only because I fear it will take a miracle to prevent you from turning this assignment into a worldwide disaster.
plain canvas, no boots in the house. The rain boots might as well be the Shadow Mother. Once again, the volume slips neatly into your pocket. You turn back to the alley. The Shadow Mother, a clinical study of traumatic generational narcissism. Totally at odds with the subtitle, the cover catches your eye with a flourish of surreal violence. You see a human head in profile. Its top appears to have been sliced off. Where its brain should be, all manner of snakes and spiders appear to be spilling forth. Best not to dwell upon it. For what it's worth, this is a common motif in psychology textbooks. Dr. El Afonso, of the Polytechnic University of Treffe. The Treffe School of Psychoanalysis is known to be the most experimental in the so-called developed world. Even smaller text informs you that Afonso's other publications include, within the Grudging Sanctum, on pathological cartography. The table of contents is laid out before you. The Shadow Mother is clever, vain, domineering and critical. In some cultures, she may be revered as a leader or oracle. She resides in a remote, ice-strewn realm beyond failure, fault, or accountability. The word no means nothing to the Shadow Mother. She knows only the eternal yes. In the realm of the Shadow Mother, she is I, locus, all. Visitors to the Mother's realm are expected to remove their shoes at the door and not touch anything without permission. The Shadow Mother manipulates to refashion reality to her will. Fortunately, the Shadow Mother needs no weapon but her own organs of perception and expression. Eyes and ears to spot the flaw, a tongue to put the flaw into words. This is a work of clinical studies and analysis, not a how-to manual. In their reports, the opera's psychomancers noted your morbid tendency to take on guilt for things you had nothing to do with. The offspring raised in the realm of shadow cannot fail to be shaped and molded by the mother's incisive words and forbidding glances until she accepts her role as a perfect doppelganger herself. In weaker offspring, this often manifests gross stress reaction, obsessive compulsions, fear and trembling, schizophrenia, mania and depression. Very occasionally, the offspring may overcome these disorders by developing their own false self, thus becoming their own Shadow Mother. Impossible. Their synapses have grown around the space occupied by her. The shadow is woven into their very neurology. Still, there are those who choose exile over life in the realm. With them, no contact may be made. Their names are as dust to the Mother. Other works are also available for mail order through Treffe University Press. Within the Grudging Sanctum, on pathological cartographies, the erotics of you return the book to your belongings. A plain canvas no boots in the house. The rain boots might as well. You turn back to the
Finally get up to speed, operant. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Probably a few too many by my count. Maybe the techno future's not for me. Reminds of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest infiltrates a secret amateur jail, then guts it out against one of their most sadistic interrogators. Bold, reckless, real human drama, you know.
Cue your main theme. Synth-driven with a few woodwinds and an upright bass tossed in for organic effect.
Tonio Migo back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants. Keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a curt nod before returning to his work.
Says you've been a great help with the sweeping, by the way. Any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart.
Let's just say you got my little it detector chirping. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Let's see if you can make it up to all those you let down the last time.
You haven't yet emerged from the fog of sodium fire, Pentel. There's no deflecting just now. Wow, this truth source is strong. But should you really be saying all this? The old man raises a fleshy finger to his lips.
Okay, easy. Doubt your controller would want you going around talking about your assignment like some kind of dim schoolchild. Come on, operand. Get yourself together. We're barely midway through the season. Might let the sodium thiopental wear off before you give her a call, if I were you. Of course, dear old S-Talk. There's someone who really makes the role work for her. She's certainly moved up in the world since you were last acquainted. No denying it. Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart, if you're open to alternative bids. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. It is, but that doesn't mean the two have to be at odds. A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus, trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
A cost-benefit analysis. The probability of determining the why of him is near zero. Conversely, the utility of him is high.
As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know. I can make a few inquiries on your behalf in return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed. Completely reliable. No one you need to worry about. A debilitating thought. Good thing I've chosen my friends well. A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the P-tail track yet? Worth your time. Fascinating local lore out there. Remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot. I'd say so. A relic of that largely forgotten period. But something of a sore spot in the local consciousness. Aging dictator Sweet Nestor wants to build a world-class cosmonautics program for his M-tier puppeteers. Goals to launch the world's first manned weather satellite. Project Autonomia, they call it. Big day arrives. Dignitaries from across the developed world line up on stands, TV crews broadcasting live to hundreds of classrooms filled with saucer-eyed schoolchildren.
Including in gymnasiums across the former Republic of Mercia. Regular class cancelled for the occasion.
Rocket makes it. Just about 3 minutes. Boom. One hyper-modern weather satellite. Tens of millions of souls, vaporized in an instant. Plus the 4 cosmonauts, of course. Certainly appears that way, given what follows. MTER cancels its remaining contracts, denying the city its only real chance to pay back the stabilization loans issued by... all right. MTER. Local economy collapses. Nestor flees into exile numero tres. A generation of school children is burdened with ongoing therapeutic expenses. Fast forward some years. I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in MTER's Public Perceptions Division. My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and defection. Simplest methods never fail. Well, almost never. As it happens, I misjudge my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in a vacant lot, smack him around a bit. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portofino, 77, and Project Autonomia.
The old man nods, encouragingly.
His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk rolled into one. Special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch.
He's not seriously suggesting...
That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. Thousands, actually. All under absolutely massive NDAs. Morally indefensible. Legally impregnable.
A devious species of lie. The entries are there, but forbidden from circulation. falsehoods and misperceptions enforced by phalanxes of smiling lawyers.
No. What unsuspecting millions saw was a pre-recorded video, seamlessly intercut and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle of misdirection. Strange business hours, success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is or was. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute. I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No signs of it detected. Enter office drummer, who's up and down in the corporate catacombs. La la la. Can't help it, I suppose. Old feelings creep up, scents in the air and so on. Nothing. Indeed. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. Untestable proposition. Try to avoid those personally. Besides, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aeroerotic misadventure. No, operant. I don't. Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now. HKT-04/17-E, a reference number for certain records from Project Autonomia, forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. You've been paying attention. That's good. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Here. Expect you'll need one of these. Hope you bought a good pair of walking shoes as well. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray, ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there, if you feel the horror of the blank space coming on. Portofino in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portofino's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals.
More than 50 known political prisoners, a number of priceless works from the Museo Moderno.
Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly. At least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. It would have lit up desk lights all over Novessa. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably. Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the Fog Mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. As the old ones say, luck and skill operand.
You had meant to demonstrate to Carolina how to infiltrate an apartment. Instead, one of you knocked over a flower pot and you had to dart inside, panting, hoping no neighbors called the police. She picks up on your sarcasm, your lack of fear, echoes it. Little cuckoo.
I hear the whippings are fun, if you're into that. Our boars are way too used to eating trash. They'd turn their snouts up at fingers. We'd be fed to the dolphins.
Your laughter petered out, suddenly loud in the empty apartment.
Have you ever been interrogated? Whoa, where'd you learn how to do that?
There is no record found of any operant succeeding in this maneuver. You thought it sounded cool.
Would you teach me?
You made up a maneuver on the spot, lying to her as you often did, and she committed every word to memory. The moving boxes stacked in one corner of the little apartment are not empty, just abandoned. At some point, somebody tried to paint in here. Roller and tray, sponge caked with a crust of ivory latex, but gave up before they even covered half a wall. You sift through a life packed away in cardboard, the things they fought to take, and then left behind anyway. They winnowed down their belongings to what they could sneak out in the night. Gut instinct. The first things that sprang to mind as the most important, and the last things they fought to grab as they crept out the door. You fold back the tops of the cardboard boxes, covering their contents. It won't keep out the dust, or the next person to loot this place, but you do it anyway. A soft golden glow shines from within, curtains drawn. Return during the day. There's only one button on the sleek metal call box. Next to it, a small plaque embossed with a cheerful dolphin. This has to be Reno's pied-à-terre. He's one of the only people in Portofino who could afford this kind of luxury. You press the call button, and the familiar chime begins to play.
Private residence. Please state your business.
You step away from the call box.
Good to see you on the scene again. See you on the...
The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult mags, a gun magazine. Turns out, it's not a magazine at all. Eureka. The Wang Guide to Improvised Firearms, Volume 2. Reloadable pipe gun with push feed. Yes. It unfolds to become a long accordion-like pamphlet with text on one side and diagrams of a homemade gun on the other side. Grounded. You do the honest thing. Nothing changes in the world. The list of materials should be inside the pamphlet. You can try to assemble it at photo 24. You sloppily rearrange them. You turn away from the You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. Step 1. Take the casing off the front housing with your screwdriver. After unscrewing the fastenings at each corner of the housing, you tug at the plastic until it reluctantly comes away. Underneath sprawls a mini-city of metal prongs and board-mounted circuitry. Step 2. Spin the dial on the right until you find the intercom frequency. Crackling electronic waves break against an anodic shore. The occasional snippet from a conversation breaks up the rhythm, a word at a time. As you turn the dial, one word you hear makes you instinctively stop and listen to the rest of the sentence. Yes, you're close now. The final step begins with you saving this channel and giving it a number to streamline any future calls. Step 3. Hold down the lever with the word reserve above it for at least 3 seconds. In your ear, a voice. Connection reserved. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. You will need to remember this number. No need to make it difficult. That number is already taken, says the voice. Please input an 8-digit contact number. Number accepted, says the voice on the phone. Please hold for connection.
Yes, what do you... Wait. Who's there? I can't see you. Or have my eyes at last renounced their function? Ah, it's you. I was sure you were dead. Supposedly. And you've contrived some way to speak to me through this little box. Very well. What do you want? Ah, what relief. You've set an old man's mind at ease. But now I'm curious what you intend to do with them. Does that mean you've decided to help me get out of this place? Joy. Denlev has seen fit to raise me up from my despair. What's the price? I suspected as much, of course. But tell me, why does your opera want to kill the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture?
No judgment in his voice. His curiosity is innocent, almost childlike.
I think you mean you are ideological enemies. Naturally, you might get along quite well. So I'm to play the traitor's theme. Help a gang of communist thugs assassinate my friend and master, all to disrupt our brilliant march toward the final society.
The line hums. Dank water drips.
Sure, Herschel. No problem. Be serious. They took everything when they tossed me in here. I haven't even got sleeves. I only hope that you don't plan to shoot me in the back of the head at your earliest convenience. An ignominious end for poor Dante. No one had to say anything. Some words are as superfluous as names.
Silence pops and hisses on the other end of the...
Seeing as how you've already secured my exit papers, I suppose that means we have a deal. And what about my other requests? Tempo gave me certain assurances. Nothing extravagant. Safe passage to Novessa, a residence permit and a little apartment in the old town, a lectureship at the Polytechnic, total immunity for any offenses your party believes I committed against the people.
Speculative freelancing. Your old asset had no authority to make offers on behalf of the opera.
Splendid. Then I'll await your word. See, I was true to my word. What do you make of our techno-glories? No, not copies. Imprints. What it attempts to do is copy the mental pictures the machinery generates. Even then, the picture quality tends to be shit. The tragic beauty of the prototype.
Trapped between the old reality that created it and the new one it failed to bring about.
Begin with the memory. The more formative, the better. What the device does is transfer that memory from the user to the subject, making the subject believe the memory is their own. Of course, under normal circumstances, the mind would simply reject this false memory, the same way the body might reject a foreign organ. Dream guidance, dissociative anesthetics, you can use your imagination. Naturally, the process works best on catatonics and simpletons.
Like your unfortunate double, for instance.
Assuming the subject is sufficiently pliant, the transferred memory imprints itself. A new psyche that mimics that of whoever supplied the memory. That's the idea, anyway. Of course, the quality of the copy depends on many factors. The vividness of the memory, the suitability of the subject, and so on. I abused my authority and betrayed an old associate in the Ministry of Futurisms. I expect he's dead already. If not, he will be soon. You must understand, there are only 15 of these devices in existence. This is the only one outside the Illuminated Empire. The mere fact that I've shared its existence with you, a foreigner, a communist, a spy, would be grounds to execute me as a traitor thrice over. He did not, and I didn't ask. Because I didn't want to know. Just as he never asked what I intended to do when I left the Illuminated Empire.
You can't betray what you don't know.
That's an excellent question.
A dry, barking laugh. It reverberates off the walls of the cell and back into the receiver.
I'm at your disposal. I was meant to play the part of Facundo's loyal hound, sniffing out our negotiating counterparts. Odors of degeneracy and mutation, the likes of which only the developed world can produce. Of my purported equals, one is a high-tier alcoholic, the other is some sort of modern pervert. Despicable Wilk. If you get the chance, give him a cake from me, right between the ribs. Concerning, you do well to reflect on what that says about you. But let's say no more about my counterparts. Just thinking of them makes me ill to my stomach. An interesting question for one who's fleeing the light for the shadows. Has your time here got you techno-curious? Sure. We'll keep it professional. Nothing your superiors would feel compelled to record for your inevitable denunciation. A long time ago, there was a clever man whose name has been scraped from the Universal Registry. That's why everyone calls him Anonimo.
A name you recognize from your political theory training. A quasi-mythical figure. The first man to describe the ideology now known as techno-fascism. Dead 150 years before the invention of the computer chip.
Now, our hero came to understand that history as we knew it was coming to an end. He could not say when or why, but he foresaw it before anybody else. This clever man advised the Emperor that the end of history will require a final subject, one that could only be fashioned by a final society. As a species, we discovered mass politics before we properly developed mass culture. In retrospect, this was a known goal.
The party sympathizes. The problem with the working class is that they are insufferable.
The result was centuries of industrialized slaughter and delirious revolutions. Your sclerotic party, naturally, has its own view on the matter. Anonymous Tragedy was writing a letter to the world with a future postmark. He died never having received its reply. But today, the postman stands at the doorstep. That's a very good question, isn't it? Perhaps the question. In Anonymous Day, mankind lacked the techno means to achieve a truly mass culture. Impossible to argue that now. All the same, our social and political relations remain trapped in a prior epoch. The fissure widens day by day. It's going to be oh so great. Here, the last vestiges of the individual dissolve in a suspension of horrible wonders. They say history is the only true consciousness, a great pulsating body of humanity longing on a mass scale. Divorced from that, it's nothing but a dim bulb flickering in a water closet. Discreet, pointless, smelling vaguely of urine. I bet you have, Herschel. But there's more to life than fun. Don't misunderstand. There's no restarting history. Anonymous saw that coming more than a century before Latour Wolgar. What's necessary is to fashion a new consciousness, the final subject, who can act on history directly. The final subject will be a man wearing God's face or God wearing man's. The subject sculpts the mask. Still unconvinced. Look around. Tell me what else is on offer. Are you enjoying the paradise of consumption? Unsurprising, when your masters have given you fuck all to die for. Face it, La Tour Wolgar was a horrendous betrayal of mankind. The suicide note for a century. Without it, there might not have been a need for the Illuminated Empire to unmake the damage. Of course, you can't just lead with suicide and the philosophy of history. That's what the Electropop is for.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. A single sheet of paper lies in the tray. At the top of the page is a header next to a grayscale logo you can't make out. Portofino Cosmonautics and Space Exploration, Payload and Ballistics. Silo 1, Sublevel 4, Pete Ultract Portofino. Cascade, Possess Information, Critical. Go all the way down. Miho. Miho. Who know? Likely an acronym, not a person. Malodorous, insufferable, humiliating onanism. Portofino Cosmonautics and Space Exploration. Not a letterhead that sees much use these days. The same location Houseman wants you to investigate. Odd. Your landlady glances up, then quickly looks back down with a non-committal shrug. You replace the sheet where you found it, now slightly crinkled. You turn away from the fax machine. You approach your double. A faint line of drool darkens the sheet. He's a blank piece of media, staring at the frail shape in bed. Poor Dante's words echo in your mind. Naturally, the process works best on catatonics and simpletons. As you consider the vacant face of your inanimate double, your thoughts turn towards the mysterious imprinting device. Its weight suddenly all too palpable. Some things are better left untouched. Your hand slips back inside. Be thorough this time, Operan. Gather all. A wrapped up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. The discolored wrapper depicts a red-cheeked child with a charming sledge. You haven't seen this brand in years. The candy slips back into the pocket's depth. You retract your hand from the man's pockets.
You return to the workbench. This now is a gunsmith's workshop, just waiting to realize itself. The instrument of death calls out from the future, begging you to bring it into being. You consult the Wang Guide and rattle off the materials checklist. Plywood, glue, and tools, check. Broomstick, check. Pipe, check. Canned beverage, missing, check. 500 grams of molten plastic or epoxy, check. One of the prized wolf cups. Until you acquire every last material, you are still just a mentally unwell person hoarding garbage.
Your dreams of death. You leave the bench as it was. The machine is still soured by the smell of urine. The can makes a pleasant funk. The piss smell waved. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign hangs to the right of it. You turn back.
You return to the instrument of death calls out from the future, begging you to bring it into being. You get to work, tracing the outlines of the schematics onto the plywood and cutting it into shape, gluing the coin into place. Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate? Soon the plastic is nothing but a nightmarish stew of toxic bubbles in ambiguous multicolour. That orifice-riddled aberration couldn't hold a liquid in your wildest dreams. You pour it in anyway, and watch the vile liquid harden into wild fluid shapes. Bubbles of molten gun pop out between the corners in the plywood. That's not a weapon. It's not even an abstract sculpture. What you have created is an elaborate piece of trash. Your dreams of death remain un... You leave the bench as it...
Baby, these return visits make me think we should be exclusive. I'll be seeing you.
The lanky man flicks a palm-sized toy scooter out of his pocket like a switchblade, performs a miniature double flip, then looks to you for a reaction. You could totally pull off a little finger trick like that, if you wanted to.
Yo, tiger pussy, you fuck? Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was fucked up, right? I'm a piece of shit, basically.
Your voices reverberate around the once grand lobby.
What you want, anyway? You a Nestor fan, or you just here from my vibe? I could roll either way. Septimus, you're in my place.
One name, no context, as if you're expected to already know him.
'Cause it fucks. This is the center of the fucking pentagram. Chalk on the fingers, portofieros, whole economy in one building. This is the bootleg factory you're trespassing in. It's in the back, obviously. This is the public front, reception, the glittering fucking lobby. Used to have some rugs and shit when we were still working with the talent, but now we are what you see. Everyone, you clown. Pearl, Saber, Wapo, Megavoid, lining up for me to direct their viz. Everybody wanted it.
Musicians. The sort of people making heavy 9-minute epics with a target audience of mind-altered 20-somethings.
Blew it all the fuck off. Sailed out solo. Just me and a surfboard on the culture tsunami. Started my own fucking movie. Called it Sonic Doom. Would have been wasted. Never got to film. I couldn't find a lead actress. One who could actually inhabit the top of the scenes. Is it? Ultravioleta. Hot shit. You but from a dream is unreleased though. You've either got raw musical gold or someone's playing a trick on you. Shit, fly. You'll be back, alright. Buzz, 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 bitch.
The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by... The pins dance for you. Pressure just shy of arrogant. Tension held like a cigarette kiss. Click. No squeal, no protest. Just the quiet pop of metal given into a woman who's done this before. You return to the ruinous desk. Its all-furring inhabitant now absent. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. With a pull, the aged plastic gives as you pop the housing on the phone. Inside, a terminal board, speaker coil, and copper wires. The cricket clips easily, riding the line, unheard and unseen. With a gentle press on its back, it's activated. The shell glows for a moment. You put the phone housing back in place. A plastic snap, the faintest of hums. It is done. Give it half a day before you check in with Ramses. Something will have been captured by then. The paper displays clear evidence of having been balled up in rage and then painstakingly unfolded. But the numbers on it are still legible. 3 numbers, quick to hand and scrawled in rage, for people called frequently from the depths of distress. You squint at the digits, trying to commit them to memory. The sequence of the numbers is rhythmic, almost rhymed. You commit all three to memory and archive them away. The notepad remains where it is, among the ruins. The drawer slides open with a wheeze. Inside, a collection of branded pens, scissors rusted at the joint. The rest of the desk leans full. You turn away from the ruins of Gonza's life and profession.